Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show, and welcome back for another Thursday night paint and chill. Done. How you guys doing today?
Oh,
You, Justin, doing all right?
I forgot to mute the show on the other tab, so no.
No worries. I got a phone call. My dog starts barking, and then of course my notification tells me that I'm live. Um, all as I'm trying to go live. Um, it's been one of those
Yes.
days.
Yeah.
Had
So
a,
so I listened to your outline. You're not your outline. Your what you've written so far. Um,
cool.
cool. I listened to it because there was too much all at once for my eyes to focus on anything. Someone doesn't know how to use the control return for paragraphing or how punctuation works.
Yeah. I told you I had those
The,
issues.
the, the space goes after the dot, not before.
Yeah, there were a couple of times. I actually went.
Couple all the times.
Uh, not all the time. I know
More
because I
than
went and edited it after. I have like one more edit to do.
hey, Ungar.
What's happening, bro? And then I'll send the third, hopefully final. Well, actually, I'll probably just wait until I finish it up. What's up, TCG? Uh,
TCG.
I got Jackie. He read about half of it before he had other things to do, and
Yeah.
uh, I'm still, I've got like 2/3 ideas for the ending. One of them I think I've eliminated from a possibility. Of course, Grimm says he wants me to just write the whole damn novel, and I'm like, that wasn't what I signed up for.
Yeah,
But
a couple of short stories, then we'll work on that.
yeah, I can always, once I get to a certain point, I God, my my dog's I just got a fresh bowl of water, but he wants to drink out of the toilet. So he just opened the door to come into my room to go into the bathroom. Uh,
Mac
okay, this is
O'Neill.
Ungar. The link. Hold on a second.
The link is in general talk, chat in Shadow's Discord server. So it'll be the last thing in
He
the
said it.
channel.
I appreciate that, man. Thanks. The link is in the general. If you want to come in here and give me grief in person. I had pizza tonight too. Small world.
Oh, I didn't have pizza.
And pesto cheesy bread.
Sounds good, man. Sounds good. I actually had leftover pizza and leftover sloppy joes because I love sloppy joes.
I bit hung a piece of lasagna.
That's
You should put the sloppy joe on a pizza, and then you could add sloppy pizza.
That's not a bad idea. 2 slices of pizza in between with yeah.
Sloppy Joe mix face down on each other. Or you just like get the extra like the New York style slice and fold it. The sloppy Joe mix.
When it comes to food.
Now O'Neill wants cheesy bread too. What's up, O'Neill? Hey Mac, how you do?
I'm hanging up.
Get your ass in here. I'm
hanging up.
Mac, we're writing short stories. We're the first ones are on a collaborative sci-fi western sort of deserty, Firefly, Trigun kind of world.
When I was writing my outline, which I sent you, I was also throwing a bit of Cowboy Bebop in there.
You know what? I just watched this really long, 30-minute long, whatever happened to sci-fi westerns documentary on YouTube. Really good, and they kept bringing
link it to me.
What?
Link it to me.
They kept bringing up Cowboy Bebop, but they're also very generous to the Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, and clearly
I could see the Mandalorian, but
I haven't seen either, and it's Disney. I will, Mac.
The Mandalorian.
I always reference Star Wars Tatooine, as you've noticed over the past couple of days, as another good example. I was explaining to Raven last night how Han Solo is like a very Clint Eastwood like, Western gunslinging type character. He had the look, the attitude, the shot first. Very much. All he needed was a poncho and a cowboy hat, but they gave the poncho to Luke apparently, which whatever.
I think the character's outfit works. Like if they had put Clint Eastwood in that outfit and had him sit there, it probably would have been a better film.
Yeah, it was a very iconic look, with the sort of peasant shirt and the vest, and then the uniform pants with the stripe, which they didn't really go much into, but clearly he had served somewhere, or
I think
maybe
he was in some sort of city guard before, like when he was in his teens in one of the books back on Corellia, where he comes from.
right. I was thinking it was kind of almost like a traveler-esque sort of merchant service, like not quite merchant marines, but almost. I'm not highlighting that comment there, Hungar, but I noticed that too when I was watching people react to the Acolyte, which I'm not even going to touch. I was really bummed that they, of what I heard about the Book of Boba Fett. As a kid, he was my favorite character. I sent off the 2 box tops to get the first action figure, and the fact that he never said anything was, even as a kid, that just made it, so much more identifiable, because then I could just, imprint whatever I wanted, as his personality type, which was obviously a badass, and I even said back in the day, it's like he's got a jetpack, a flamethrower, all this other crap. You're telling me he can't get out of the inside of the Sarlacc the minute he wants to? Come on.
Well, I have no problem with taking him a little bit of time, but
right, you know what I mean, though. Yeah. He's not going to wait long, though. How much air does he have? Unless he's got an air tank or something in there.
Yeah, he does. Or he's supposed to. But nonetheless, a lot of the sad thing about a lot of the Marvel properties and the Star Wars properties, Marvel being either Disney or Sony, is if you actually watch the stories, if you stripped away their being part of those franchises, they're actually good stories. Like
the Mandalorian and Boba
Fett. Mandalorian, even Madam Web. I watched Madam Web, and if it had nothing to do with the Star Wars universe and gave the elements in it time to breathe, and was
Madam
actually
Web was Star Wars.
No, that was a Disney thing, or
Marvel,
a Sony Marvel thing.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But that's why I'm mentioning that franchise as well, because the core of these stories are actually pretty good. It's just the forcing of both narrative and franchise coherence onto them that make them garbage.
Well, there's a few other details I'm certain, but
well, they have a big problem. Disney's really bad for this, but apparently Sony's picked up the same habit of indecision, like just radical indecision about every little fucking detail.
Almost analysis paralysis.
To the point of cowardice. Yeah.
And to give them
it inflates the budgets, which makes it impossible for them to make their money back. Which
is tragic, because they should. If they'd stop doing certain things like that, and I mean, think about it. I hate to harp on the John Carter thing, but if they just said, you know what, we're going to give everything we touch the love and attention it deserves, they would freaking own half the planet.
The thing that killed John Carter wasn't the movie itself; it was the ad campaign.
Yes,
they put up, I remember they had the big ass billboard right down the street here. It was the first billboard you see from my property,
and nobody knew what the hell it was.
No, it was clearly defined for 3 days, and then they switched it out to a generic slogan.
With that weird logo, JC, but you had to kind of look at it just right to understand what it was. Not to mention,
but they had the billboard up there and it said John Carter of Mars, and had the guy, the actor, and Deja Thoris John DeJour behind the John Carter thing, and it was very clear, like the red desert. And then a couple of days go by, and it's just that stupid generic logo, like they're trying to bury it.
Well,
But
they kind of were,
but
they
they still had the
just,
billboard space. So
but they acquired Marvel and Star Wars, and they're like, oh no, we can't have John Carter competing with these other two things that are competing with us. It's like, trust me,
Like
I know there's plenty of money. There's plenty of nerd money out
and
there.
they knew that because they set up. They used to have Touchstone. Touchstone
Right.
used to be their property, and it was dying around that time period. But like they knew that there's an appetite out there for stuff. They just need to make.
Well,
things
part
that
of it was,
go.
with the Burroughs Foundation, they only had so much time left on that to make make the movie make any money, and then at some point, Edgar Rice Burroughs Foundation would get everything back, and they
Yes,
didn't.
but if they had made that movie that came out, that means their contract extends. They all have that clause.
Mm-hmm.
So
And they just didn't want to, do the right thing. And trust me, to me it's almost like a crime that there wasn't a TV show, a cartoon, action figures, beach towels, all that other crap that they would have just made bank on.
Yeah, because there were
essentially.
Yeah.
Mac.
Actually, I think that's actually in the public market. I think Disney made that because it was public domain.
It could be. And John Carter, came out in 1912, and Jackie and I, we went and saw it in 2012, and he was 3 years old. It was his first movie. Freaking loved it. The whole family loved it. Even his grandma didn't speak a word of English, was there watching it and laughing her ass off with Woola and John jumping and all that. Yeah. Not understanding shit that's going on, but there were clearly visible humorous moments, and it with a series like that, or like Conan, where there's a dozen books to work with.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell? Why not just do the fan service, make everybody happy, make a freaking boatload of money,
and like if I'm pretty sure Touchstone was still around. If it had been a Disney Touchstone picture, because Touchstone was a subsidiary of Disney that they created to not have the Disney logo on more mature products. If
feel free,
had,
Doc. The link's in the general tab in my Discord.
Yeah.
What's up, Dungeon Brush?
If they'd lent more into that, right, and gone for the less than child friendly.
There was a John Carter black and white way back in the day, but it was more like an astronaut as opposed to
there was a low budget B film made shortly after the Disney one, with
Princess of Mars.
Yeah, with Tracy Lords as DeJour Thoris or whatever.
That have made a lot of people happy. Just saying.
Yeah, but she
schlocked it up, and I mean, just think about it. That you could literally, Amazon or Netflix or whatever could have easily done the whole series. Just reboot, start with different actors, so it's cheaper, and just did the freaking,
those actors were no names when they got that role.
Thomas Jane and the other girl. I to this day I think she was not the right pick. She just wasn't.
I liked her.
She's okay, but she wasn't, literally she was always described as the most beautiful woman in two worlds. Yeah. That actress does not qualify. She's barely a 7, at least in my book, and clearly wore way too much and didn't have the goods to show off, didn't have the accent was retarded. Sorry, no offense to her accent, but she would have had a really weird, almost a much more exotic accent, if any at all. And it was just, you guys could have done so much better, but they didn't want to. It was like Firefly. They want. What's up, Doc? Funny story about the What's Up, Doc. I'll tell you later. I hope it doesn't bother you, but I realize I've always been a Bugs Bunny fan, even subconsciously.
As am I. I've always played a hoop in Gamma World.
Oh, okay, that's funny.
Can you knock up your gain, Doc?
Yeah, I'm doing it also here on my end because I can barely hear you, man. And anybody else, if you guys want to come in,
this coming through the mic.
there's more room. I sent Raven the link, but God knows if she'll make it. She's got weirdo
Raven
shit.
issues.
There we go. I like Happy Brothers from Outer Space, but Justin knows the title is a great. Oh God, dear God.
Yeah, happy is spelled with a G, and brothers is spelled with an N.
That was a very clever way of putting it, but damn, yeah.
We watched that movie on Hungar show one time. Remember, Shadow?
We watched part of it.
Yeah.
Was he trapped there? Yes and no. At first, he didn't know how to get home, and once he did, he never wanted to leave. So, of course, he had to come back to Earth, and that sort of thing. It was as much as people loved Tarzan, myself included. John Carter was just more hit home more for me.
It was edgier. It was a lot edgier,
and it had a lot more going on. Mind you, he did a great job. If you read the books, they're way different. I mean, the Tarzan books are like so obviously a huge part of the inspiration behind Conan, the way he fought, always constantly. And mind you, just with that little freaking knife he had, taking on things like lions and gorillas, and just it was awesome. And he he didn't run out of ideas. He didn't have to make up dumbass crap just to keep the series going. Mind you, it went for like 20 books. And all we ever
stories after he became like Earl of Greystoke, and he
Yeah.
would go back once in a while. Those were some of my favorites.
I liked
They tried doing a movie. There was a movie during
with
that
Christopher
time
Lambert, and it was really good. But
Yeah, I like that movie.
the problem is, it's just like Batman. Every Tarzan movie, every Batman movie, you got to go all the way back and tell the origin story. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, do it right. Especially Tarzan, when you got 20 some odd books, you get the right actor and actress to sign up for like a 5-year mission of doing
to a
Tarzan.
film, to a year or whatever.
You could literally hit every book and not even try to not rush through it. Just go, we're going to take whatever time it takes. That's just the way it's going to be. And
We have rabid, herpes-infested monkeys down here in Florida because of the old Tarzan serials.
good to know. Good luck, Jim James.
They just let them, because the ones they're making back like in the 30s and 40s, they just let all those monkeys go once they stopped making those movies, and now they have some like form of fatal, incurable herpes.
Well,
Good to know. Good to know. And
did they
people
let
are-
them near? Did they let them go near the villages? Because
They're mainly in the Everglades, though every now and then they wander out of them. You're authorized to kill them on sight. Because they're kind
Good
of
to know.
old
Good to know.
veterans.
Yeah,
They're
Greystoke
invasive.
was really good. It's unfortunate that Christopher Lambert could barely see at the time, so that made what he could do very limited.
Yeah, he's like blind as a bat, I've heard.
He has been, I think, through most of his career, which is amazing that he had a career after that. Everybody else would have just said, "Yeah, just keep sending me that Highlander money, I'm good," which clearly probably wasn't enough. But
yeah.
That's something I wish he had stopped doing a little sooner.
Highlander?
Sequels to Highlander.
Well, I understand his career has never really been like all that successful.
Yeah, he did
got
like a couple like low budget sci-fi movies.
he did the Beowulf sci-fi version.
Yeah.
That wasn't bad, but it's like knowing when you know something like that about an actor, you're like constantly looking at him. Can he see the camera? It's like, does he know who he's talking to? Almost as if he was, Biden or something.
Supposedly he grievously injured Sean Connery at one point because of that. When they were making Highlander, he like whacked him really, really good when they're during a fight scene because he like.
Yeah,
couldn't see
that's
what was
that's
going
kind
on.
of weird, Mac. If you think about it, you can't hunt the 30 million gators, but you can shoot poor sick monkeys. Well,
The monkeys are an invasive species, not indigenous to the area.
And also, monkeys are fucking awful beasts.
Yeah.
they absolutely are.
They may look cute, but they're absolutely evil. They are
Yes,
Um,
they are.
malevolent little monsters.
And the Tarzan movie I was thinking of was not the Christopher Lambert one, but the 2016 Legend of Tarzan.
Didn't even hear about it.
Yeah, most people didn't.
Didn't.
I didn't hear.
Certain stories, like I don't think that could get traction anymore. A Tarzan story.
Well, especially now, they would make it
the
woke as
shit they would
shit.
catch.
Uh, Yeah, I think that there was like some subtext about some guys wanting to kill an African tribe to strip mine some area, and it's like I saw that
I saw parts of that. I didn't catch the whole thing.
yeah, it had Margot Robbie in it, so
If they like I said, stuck to the source material like everybody should. That's why you're making the thing, because you love the source material and you just want to bring it to the screen and not make it some travesty of what you just got through reading. Man, what
Yeah.
a world we'd live in. We'd have
I don't know, but that kind of stuff happened in the Tarzan books, right? There was some greedy industrialist wanting to strip
absolutely,
mine some
or
part of the
if not
forest,
that,
and-
there were poachers and things like that. But there were so many
Yeah.
stories where he would go into the deepest, darkest parts of Africa and find these ancient cities, and you just had all kinds of really, cool things.
yeah,
that,
cities from the age of Wakub.
I would love to see him do like a series of Conan, like from the stories. Pick out like the best, like 5 or 6.
the closest you're ever going to get is Savage Sword of Conan, and those days are long gone.
Yeah.
It's a shame. That's one of the reasons why you guys always give me a hard time for not knowing all these movies and watching these movies, and then I'm like, but see, I know the book, and then I watch the movie, and I'm like, what the hell is this shit?
Yeah.
It's I when I was a kid, I wasn't watching TV as much as everybody else. I was reading books, or going out and getting in trouble. So the TV, it was just like, it was all crap. Occasionally there'd be like a really good movie, but then there'd be commercials, and I hated that with a passion all the way back as far as I could remember. You're a kid, you're getting into this thing, and then suddenly click, buy this. I'm like, no, I don't care.
The only good commercials are RoboCop commercials.
Yeah. They'll never do that. He found Wakanda. They'll never do that. I mean, maybe someone will. And every time I hear something like, Stephen Colbert wants to do the Amber Chronicles, and I'm like, dear God, do you want me to actually? Are you asking me to call you out for a duel? Because I will. I will call your ass out.
Somebody should just
Colbert.
do that on principle with Colbert, frankly.
And everybody's saying, oh, but he loves the source material. He's such a big fan.
Yeah, but he'll remove all the guns from it because of, I don't know, Republicans or the NRA or something.
Just because there's some things that happen in those books that I guarantee would make heads explode. Okay,
Absolutely.
Tarzan public domain yet? I think so.
Yeah, if it's public domain and you have the money, go make the fucking movie yourself.
Yeah, I don't see how it couldn't be after over 100 years, which is amazing when you think about it. There are a lot of books out there that just did not stand the test of time, or at least 100 years. If you go back to like Sherlock Holmes, you got to be a real huge nerdy fan of that crap.
I liked it.
Yeah, my brother is a massive.
Me too, but I literally haven't watched a Sherlock Holmes that I enjoyed other than the Downey version, since the Basil Rathbone days, and that was just because I was watching black and white stuff on the weekends anyways, and it was like, oh, Sherlock Holmes, well, I just got through reading this book, wonder which story this one is. And even those couldn't stick to the source material. They had to bump it up into the future, kind of, into the, like
at all.
like it was like it was happening in the 1940s. My ass, come on, nobody dressed like that, even in the 40s, but they had to do it for whatever reason. Because
story I really liked was, did you ever see 7% Solution?
no, but I read the book.
Oh, was that a Doyle or was that a pastiche?
I think it was. I want to say it was someone actually famous. That's the one where it went into his addiction a lot, right?
Yeah, they take him to Sigmund Freud.
Right.
They're like comparing notes and doing cocaine.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's like hallucinating and like
It was weird, but you know,
Now, you ever want to read something dark? Read the journals of Freud's grandchildren.
I wouldn't even.
his
Had you not
nephew
mentioned that, I would have
basically.
never even thought in a million years. You know what? I'm looking for a good read. How did you come across something like that?
I do a lot of research for work.
His nephew basically invented modern advertising. I can't remember his
Yeah.
name.
I don't know, man, Jeff. You
Oh
got to
God,
admit,
it's right there.
Basil Rathbone was freaking was
What was that?
was perfect. I mean, he looked like how we all pictured him, and he could
Tall,
pull it off.
skinny.
The,
Who's the guy I'm
was the
thinking
nose and the chin, that sort of thing.
of? No.
Uh, are you reading Tarzan right now, Mac? Because I envy you. I'm missing a crap ton of those books, and I wish I could get a hold of them without having to buy like a whole bunch of extras. Because if you try buying a single paperback book right now, they'll ask the moon and the stars for it. But then you'll go, like, especially on eBay, and then you'll go a couple of ads down. There'll be a pile of X books, and there's the one you want, and like 15 others, and it's like $8. Here, just take them off my hands. Never buy a single book when you could buy, half the collection for half the price.
You know something I would love
Well,
to
what
see
you
them
do-
buy the book is the James Bond books in period.
Good luck finding them.
Or even seeing a movie. Somebody do like I would love to see somebody
Well-
do a James Bond movie set in the 60s and buy the book because the character is so radically different in the book.
Yeah. Well, you can't even get the original books, right? Because even the original printings, you have to get the British version because even the American printings change things. You know.
Oh, and that's another thing that needs to be freaking nipped in the bud. This re-editing shit, like what they did to Roald Dahl.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
They did
it's
that. They
monstrous.
did that while he was still alive, with Bond, because the American Spy was an African gentleman that Bond kept referring
Is it?
to him as
Okay,
a
Jeff. I'll look
brother
into it one of these days. What's
spelled
up,
with an
RPG
N
Exile?
in the British version. Yeah, so they changed that for the American printing. I think the Koreans were all changed from expletives to butlers in one book.
Which book?
I don't remember. There's a video on YouTube I saw a year ago that went through all the edits made when they brought the James Bond books to the U.S. and I guess Canada too, and that was removing all the racial slurs for euphemisms.
Mhm.
Brother spelt with an N.
Well, that was like the charm of James Bond is that he was a freaking dirtbag. He was a degenerate scumbag. And that's what
That
made
was the
him
point.
So interesting.
He was a womanizing, bigoted. He was a lot like Churchill, but skinny.
From what I recall, he also like looked nothing like the dashing debonair Bond we were always saddled with over the years. He was kind of like a heavy set
Englishman.
Yeah. He was nothing like.
They always do that with like characters that describe like Lancelot in the older stories is described as being like hideously ugly. And Aragorn in The Lord of the Rings is described as being like very unpleasant looking. But whenever they make a movie,
Well,
they
he's
have to-
gruff, right?
they
Well,
have to
in
go
the
gruff.
cartoon, they actually tried to make him look almost Conan-esque, except the way he dressed.
They made him look
Yeah,
Indian,
bad
though.
teeth.
I
What
mean,
the-
it was really weird, the cartoon.
Hey, no one's got worse teeth than I did.
But if people would just stick to the way things were written by the original author, we would have so much more to talk about than the same sort of homogenized bull crap that everything kind of gets through the meat grinder, and you just end up with the same, unspeakably bland
Oh,
sausage
that's not good. There's an open door. I might see some shit
made
there.
out of unspeakable animal parts.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you, Mac. Good for you. I'm gonna have to hunt those down because that's definitely something I want in my collection. I'm actually looking at a book collection right now. That's what the phone call was about. And just seriously, guys, get all the books you can get into your collection as quick as you can before
Stuff
it's too
disappeared.
late.
Yeah, I'm trying to put together all the Del Rey versions of the Robert Howard stuff now because and that was another thing with Howard. Everybody just edited the crap out of his stuff, and for the longest time, that was all you could get.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't get the original stories for a period of like 50 years.
I have Omen. I recently actually went through that when I was reviewing. What the hell was it called? Can't even remember the D&D version of Arabian Nights.
Oh,
We got it right here. Where the hell can I remember that?
oh, but now, do you know where I can find that digitally? Is it on Gutenberg or someplace like that?
It's driving me crazy. I can't remember something like.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting into book binding. That way, I could get all those stories, print them off myself, and bind them into consistent formats for the shelf.
I don't even know where I put it. That's weird.
So they look
Al-Qadim,
nice.
thank you. Yeah, when I was reading the Al-Qadim books, which were decent, one of the few 2E source books that I didn't think was hot garbage. But yeah, that's a incredibly unusual book. I'm just going to put it like that.
Al-Qadim.
Yeah, no, Arabian Nights.
Oh yeah.
And Richard Burton, who wrote it, was just like such a badass. He's one of the guys who discovered Lake Victoria.
Hmm.
He got no credit for it at the time, which was sad.
Hey, Omen, again, anybody else who wants to pop in the links in my Discord under general. I was going to actually try to paint and do some crafting stuff, but I haven't touched a thing. It's going on 2 weeks. I haven't done hardly any painting or crafting or anything like that whatsoever. I did do some writing yesterday, which I wanted to talk about for a minute. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I couldn't. It was like almost like an existential thing when I was getting into it. I wrote for 10 hours to get 9 pages, right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And I once I got into it, it was like, okay, this is all I'm doing.
And you should. I want to stop you there. You should see this. It's just a fucking unrestrained stream of text. There's no fucking spaces. The punctuations are all used wrong. Half the words are illegible. Nah,
it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Well, it is one continuous text block. There's no line breaks at all within it, which
I
worry about during editing.
Yeah, I was going to say I use the space bar and the enter bar. What are you talking about? Maybe not as often as I needed to, but it was just coming as a steady stream. But it was just such a weird feeling.
Catharsis. There's a catharsis to it.
Because I've written little bits here and there, and normally what I do if I do any kind of writing at all, it's pen and paper. And like, no, I'm not doing that crap anymore. I'm too lazy for that. Because then I got to type what I read, or wrote, and I can't read my own handwriting. If you think reading my typing is bad, holy crap! Everybody thinks I'm a doctor. And we all know Doc's the only doc in the house.
Not true. I signed up for the scene card for the Cineplex Odeon, and they asked me what title I wanted, and I put doctor on it, and they sent it to me with the
And
doctor.
and you guys have all heard
So
the
I'm a
story of
doctor.
how I did play. I pretended to be a doctor to get into Mexico faster, as opposed to getting the fuck out of Mexico faster. But yeah, there was a young lady involved, so I think you can put two and two and figure that out. But yeah, that's the probably word I was looking for. Risque, Omenal, in regards to Arabian Nights. It was wow. It's just like brutal. It's like shit. I have not read anything like this since I read like The Destroyer. Any of you guys remember that series?
No.
It was like Lust of the Dust for Men. It was just nothing but fighting and the two F's.
It's pronounced fucking.
You know what, Owen? No, I did not write just that. I did use some other words, but it was really fun. But it was almost like an obsessive thing that took over. That I was just like, what the hell? The weirdest part was how fast time flew by. When I sat back at the end of the night, when I spent 10 hours doing this, and I did, it just I
When
lost
you get in the zone,
I
take
guess.
it when it comes. 'Cause
Yeah, and then today I didn't write a single damn word.
That's
Not
okay.
one damn word. That's good. No, I was waiting for. I wanted Jackie to read it, and he read about half of it, and then I had to go do stuff. And I was waiting to hear back from you and Raven and a few other people you read from, because not that I'm stuck. I just kind of wanted to get a little bit of feedback of what people think I'm gonna do with the last page or two of it.
The only real critique I have is that because you're focused on the one person,
Mhm.
you list off a lot of crew members that are just like random names.
Yep.
And that they're already dead. So
Yep.
you probably cut that list in half and then specify what those people actually do on the ship.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, maybe even going back and talking a little bit more about them. But I just wanted to get to the fact that they were dead, and maybe because there was the one guy who the main character is glad he was dead kind of guy. I think in the way I did that, you already knew, you didn't want to really know much more about him.
Yeah.
And the other characters,
And it might be a good plot hook if you plan on coming back to these characters to have him die in a way nobody actually knows if he's dead. That way you can bring him back.
well, I kind of I don't want to spoil anything, but some of the reasons I left things vague is because one or more of them may not actually be dead, depending on what happens, and I wanted to get through it because I didn't want to keep writing like the novel. Grimm wants me to write the whole freaking novel. I'm like, I don't have another 190 pages of this shit in my head. What the hell do you think I am?
Well, the more you exercise the muscle, the easier it will become to have.
Well, it's not that so much as that I'm already working on the next story in my
Yeah.
head, and I would rather I'm having more fun with that idea because like we were talking about. Doc, did you ever read Thieves World or the Sanctuary series?
I read a couple loose stories from Thieves World.
Uh-huh.
I never read it like any of the full volumes. I picked out a couple stories here and there. I had the books lying around, and I picked out like a couple of the short stories I read. But then this was like long ago. This was like junior high.
That's funny. Thanks,
Yeah.
guys. And
Definitely.
I
Like I remember the Marion Zimmer Bradley one, the chick who was like posing as a man.
right. That's one of the ones I remember the most as well. And I'm not even going to go into Marion Zimmer Bradley's backstory, if you will. But we're trying to do the same thing. Get a bunch of people who want to write about a shared place. Thieves,
Cool.
or
Yeah.
a Western sci-fi, collaborative world sort of thing. Even though I've already got another story that has nothing to do with that already in my head.
Which we're every 6 weeks over on my channel on Fridays. We're doing it every Friday. We're talking, but we're trying to get a short story each out every 6 weeks. This being the
Oh, that's
first
cool.
one. Just to exercise the creative juices, and not be stagnant, and help Shadow with his Alzheimer's. Just make something up. But yeah, so he wanted to do a creative world with this, a collaborative world with this Western sci-fi setting. I was like, "Yeah, sure, okay, we'll have it. And, uh, we got some rules if anyone out there wants to jump in and do that. We're hoping. I'm personally hoping that anyone who tags along creates 3 or 4 short stories personally and tries to publish them, but
Well,
they don't
because
have to.
I'm not opposed to, believe it or not, Raven. I was talking to Raven last night, and
Yeah.
she'd only read like the first 3-page thing that I wrote, and didn't
Yeah.
know about the stuff that I wrote. And she's like, "Oh, I already have an idea for a character," and believe it or not, that character's already in the story that I wrote. She wants to write
Oh.
about Molly and her daughter,
Yeah.
and I'm like, "Go for it!" Awesome. That's exactly what I was kind of hoping for. Is that, you know, not necessarily that people would take characters I mentioned and then run with them, make your own damn characters. Just keep it around that area with some of the basic principles that we've come up with.
Yeah. Well,
And
like not even the same world though, right? Like the same general theme
universe,
of
sure.
yeah.
Because I have a story, but it's probably not really suited for this area, depending on how much like magic we're going to throw in it. Because I like the next story I said I was going to write.
Well, if we're doing short stories, not all of them have to be in the same. I was
Right,
saying that to Doc. Not all of them have to be in the shared world.
right.
Even if you bundle your short stories together and throw them out as a, a volume of Shadow short stories one,
Mhm.
right? Volume one. Which I'm hoping you do.
Yeah, I was thinking
I'm
about it.
going
If
to.
I can get other people, to come up with a story to throw in there, and absolutely, I'll go the
Well,
Amazon route.
if we're doing this every 6 weeks, another short story, you're gonna have enough to fill up a fucking volume to publish at the end of the year.
Yep, yep. And like I
Yeah.
said, if
Doc's like
it,
not giving a shit about anything we're
No,
saying.
no, this is actually really fascinating. Yeah,
for me, it
right
would
now
be
too, I've got 3 novels that I'm now decided I'm going to need to self-publish because I can't even get a agent to read them because
don't
I'm
bother.
apparently too late in mail.
Hold on a second.
Um,
I got this
yeah,
book here from our friend Grim to see. Uh, or, and he goes by Grayson to see. He self-published this novel. It's freaking great. If you want, if
where
you're
does
in
he self-publish it through?
Amazon, I guess.
Amazon. Yeah, the KDP. It's very easy to set up the Kindle Direct Publishing account. You just the most complex thing is connecting it to your bank, and they'll send you a single penny to verify you did it properly.
Yeah, my main thing now is I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to format it, which I understand you can do in Word, although once a Word document gets to a certain size, it kind of goes haywire. So I
Well,
gotta,
what you do is don't format it as a single document. Format it as chapters, and then combined all those chapters into a single PDF. Because
Pick this up.
Amazon
they'll
likes
do it off a PDF.
Amazon prefers PDF.
Oh, okay, that's actually helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah, and also my game is about done, and I want to
and
do a print on demand of that.
the
thinking
the
of
um, the Amazon website, the KDP website, because it's a separate thing, has a shit ton of formatting documentation on how to do that. They even have some tools within it for how to lay out your book properly.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So and it's all written for idiots. So you'll be able to get through it. I got through it. You'll be able to get through it.
Get through what? Sorry.
The instruction manuals on the Kindle publishing.
Oh, gotcha.
And it even tells you like how to format it for paperback, hardcover, their
Oh, cool.
e-reader.
So set up for print on demand. and
Yeah,
everything?
yeah.
Oh,
Well,
cool.
that's what their service is. They have print
Yeah,
on
I
demand.
had one book published, but it only came out as a ebook, and
There's
you
no
know,
chance of that, Mac. I
Yeah.
don't even have that much info to dump.
Yeah.
and then the publisher went belly up, and it was.
And
Well,
there's
if the
days, you know, where I
publisher
can write
went
another
belly up,
article.
Yeah, I have
sorry.
the rights back to it.
Yeah, you get the rights back. I'll just make sure you know that. You were saying Shadow? Sorry, I cut you off.
Mac was saying don't lose yourself in an info dump, and like I said, I don't have that much info to dump, and the day's not over, so I still might write, finish the story off. I just wanted to get a little bit of feedback, because I'm
Yeah.
probably gonna go in whatever opposite direction people. No, I kind of got it in my head what I want to do,
Mhm.
but I want to hurry up and finish this one, because you got to the end right so far.
Yeah, everything that you sent out,
Because I could
listened
almost
to.
like end it there. I'm not gonna, but I
No,
can see.
there's something more that needs to be
Yeah,
like the walking off into the distance.
I'd love to take a look at it if you want to drop me like a link on Discord.
yeah. I'll you know what? I'll probably just put it once I get to the end, and I'll just make a place where I can just dump it on Discord. You guys can all read it if you want.
Now,
Me as much as you feel necessary.
there is an option in Google Docs, because that's what you're writing in with what I
Uh-huh.
suggested. If you're looking for suggestions for things to do, you could put in a thing where people can leave notes.
Oh,
They don't
okay.
affect the document. They just put it like there's a sidebar that opens up and they leave
like
suggestions.
the balloon thing in Word. Where, like, it's
Maybe.
like,
I don't know where.
Okay.
But there's like a side panel that opens up and like a person can,
yeah.
instead of editing the document, they leave suggestions on things to improve.
And side note, Jackie says he's gonna write a better one.
Yeah, okay.
I'm like, awesome. Because to be honest, I would much rather publish a book that was a collaborative thing than just my own short story.
I was just going to suggest that. Or you can compete with your son in some petty comedic rivalry.
Mhm.
He would love that.
Yes, we'd sell all of like 8 copies until people found out, and then they buy a whole bunch of copies and just want Jackie's autograph. I think that's
Yeah.
hysterical as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just really, I could sit and write crap all day long if I wanted, if it was just for me. But it's more fun actually to have other people involved. One of the reasons why I wanted the feedback. It's just, I'm so used to, like gaming. It's not just a, my way or the highway kind of thing. You're going to do exactly what I want you to do, blah, blah, blah. Because I've been in those games, even recently in the last 2 years, where I've been an active player more than a DM. I've been in a lot of games like that. I'm like, okay, where I know what's going to happen. Like not even like not just tonight, but like later on down the road, I already know what's going to happen, kind of thing. It's like, there's only so many ways this can go, and I guarantee. I want to do that thing where, the old Johnny Carson thing where I write the answer and, put it up to my head, do the Karnak thing, and then open the envelope in front of my DM and go, I knew you were going to do that. And then watch my character get hit with a Vorpal sword from on high. Off of his head.
You hear
But
thunder.
It just seems a little, I think part of it is also the whole H.P. Lovecraft and Robert E. Howard thing. I've been trying to get the books of letters because I want to see what they were talking about in the background, and all the other guys, Ashley Smith.
I saw that on Amazon. There's a collection of all their letters corresponding.
Not that we're that good or ever will be, but the hopes that we would, even if we aren't, and think about it. If each one of us, put in a short story and we publish the book, and it was out there, and your kids come across it or your grandkids come across it, they're not going to know that it only sold 8 copies. They're going to go, oh my gosh, my dad wrote this, or my grandpa wrote this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, like, okay, it might only sell 8 copies. Like, it might sell 0. It might sell not 0. Like, the point is, it sells 0 if you don't put it out. That's a guarantee.
Yeah.
There's only one surefire of failure, and that's not doing it in the first place.
Yeah, Howard wrote very few.
Hey, what's up, Ironcaster? Gosh, I haven't seen you forever, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only novel-length stuff Howard wrote was like Elmuric and Hour of the Dragon. And those actually I thought were some of his weakest stories. He was much better at the short stories.
I wasn't a big fan of the Frost Giant's Daughter. That was a little too.
That was a tiny one.
Yeah, it just seems, just like, yeah, okay. I mean, we already know he's going to be banging everything from one side of the continent to the other. You have to go out of your way to, okay, fine, you got it out of your system. Or maybe that was, what spurred him on to have the confidence to write those, almost romantic scenes, which, I mean, come on, if you ever kissed a girl, you should be able to, put it down on paper and not feel all weird about it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I know I've got a novel or two in me, but I don't want to get stuck into something big when I've got so many little ideas that I can easily put out and, like you said, stretch the muscles and find my style and go from there. A lot of my favorite stories are from the first person narrative style, where I was noticing Justin was doing the exact opposite of what I've been doing with his stories. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. I can learn from that. There are going to be times where I want to step back and write about the character, not write as the character. I guess it's method actor in me or something. I just want to, get into the character's headspace, tell his story, because I think in a lot of ways, unless you're writing something like historical, it's going to be from that one person's perspective. They're going to, it's going to be their diary, their journal, they're telling their kid or whatever, that kind of that's an easy way to get into it for me. But I do need to work on, stepping outside the character, because I really liked what I was reading from Justin.
The outline I gave you?
No, the 2 stories that are on your YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, okay, on my Bone Spears
of third person omniscient, and nobody really does it anymore.
Yeah, it's old school third person omniscient. It's mid 90s, kind of faded around there.
Yeah, it's just for me, with like when you read Nine Princes in Amber, other books of his are like that, and he's my biggest influence, and I just love the way he would get into that one character and tell everything, from that character's, because he's not those characters, While Raven was like, gosh, this character's you. He's like so much like you, and I'm like, are you fucking nuts? Ain't nothing like that guy, I mean, maybe there's one thing that she did point out that's very similar to me, but the character I'm writing about, he's a pilot. I'm scared to death to get in a freaking airplane. I didn't want to get in the airplane at the Reagan Museum. Okay, it's an airplane. I don't want to get in it. Not that bad.
Actually, everyone should be a little afraid of airplanes these days. The way things are going.
Maybe my psychic abilities are like, don't get in an airplane, dude. Don't get in an airplane. Fine, because when you're like 50 something, you're going to get into an airplane and they're all going to suck. But I like doing that. I like.
Who are you trying to convince you're only 50 something?
I like when I play a character, I like to play something that's either very similar to me or drastically different. So I play a lot of pilots in sci-fi games because I don't know dick about flying. You know what I mean? I almost went as a youngster. I almost got my helicopter license, but it was then I realized, hey, I don't want to be up in the air. Sorry, I don't want to be up in the air. So why am I getting in a helicopter? The craziest flying machine out there You
That
know,
would be a hindrance.
just
I
saying.
don't know. I feel more safer being in a helicopter than a hot air balloon. There's just something about it
Oh,
only
absolutely,
being an envelope of
absolutely.
air.
But at the same time, this is a weird thing about me. If I was flying the plane, I think it'd be a totally different situation. Not because if I'm flying the plane, everybody's screwed. But if I was flying the plane, it was because I wanted to fly the plane. You know, it's like I was taking pilot lessons or something like that. I could see actually that would be totally different. I don't know. Maybe it's the control freak in me. It's like, okay, fine. If we're going down on my terms. Or it's just, okay, I'm taking the leap, so to speak. I'm gonna, try to conquer my fears. So
Shadow,
in order to do
guaranteed
so,
psychopath.
there is a little bit of that.
Oh, speaking of planes, did anyone catch that female pilot who had that like absolute meltdown on the plane, where the entire plane like refused to like get up? Everyone wanted off the plane. She showed up late in just like her street clothes, and she's like screaming
Really,
at the
oh, that's
passengers.
freaking trippy.
It's like going on about her divorce and stuff, and everybody like, "I'm getting the hell off this damn plane. This woman is crazy." They
You,
wound up
ma'am,
arresting her.
are permanently grounded.
You know what, Mac? Funny thing you mentioned this. I was the king of Wing Commander. All my friends, we loved that freaking game, and I kicked the snot out of them. Not as in, because it wasn't a versus game. It was just like they were like, "How the hell are you doing all this crap?" I was like, "I was born to fly, man." I clearly wasn't, but I
never
love
played Wing
I
Commander.
love
was a
fight
big
sims. I
X-Wing guy.
freaking love them. But
I never played it either, but I love the cutscene compilations that they put on YouTube.
for Wing Commander,
Yeah,
which one? The one with
all
Mark
of them.
Hamill?
Yeah. Well, Mark Hamill ones. Yeah,
Because I
Like
have that one. I
four-
never got to play it because
there's
as
like
soon as
4 of them with Mark Hamill. So
really, I thought there was only one.
no,
Because
he was-
the first one had Malcolm McDowell in it. It had
Yeah. He's
what's-
reoccurring. He's reoccurring.
it had the kid from Starship Troopers was in it. It had the actor who played
Yeah.
Biff. It had the Asian guy from Lost. There's like all these
Yeah,
like,
and Mark Hamill was there too. He was the main
don't-
pilot.
I don't remember him being in because I think it was Wing Commander 3. It was like you never saw the main character; you just saw everybody else. But then in
No.
Wing Commander 4, it was Mark Hamill, and then after that, I didn't know there was other things.
It was like 2, 3, and 4. And Mark Hamill was the pilot that you're playing.
Because I thought, because I know like the early games, there were no cut scenes; it was just all animated, cheesy graphics. But then one came out, the one with Malcolm McDowell and the cat people,
Yeah.
part of the Tiger.
Well,
And then after that,
Admiral Tolwyn. The next one after that one, he's the bad guy.
Hamill,
Malcolm McDowell. Admiral
okay,
Tolwyn.
right, because he was a good guy. Because the one that I'm remembering, the first one with Mark Hamill, I just as soon as I got in the cockpit, I got blown to shit up. I couldn't fly that thing to save my life. I'm like, what is up with these controls? It was like super like on like insanely hard mode or something. I never saw the movie.
I have the movie. It's very sad because they got the Scooby Doo gang to be the leads.
Isn't like Freddie Prinze Jr. in that?
Freddie Prinze Jr., who was Fred in Scooby Doo, and
Which is a
the
really
guy
weird choice.
and the guy that played Shaggy was his best buddy. That's why I call it the Scooby Doo gang, because it's like half of them, and they're all leading. They're all led around by this old scruffy dude, which is definitely a stoic human version of Scooby.
It's funny.
There
I
were some hot
actually
chicks around.
I watched The Critical Drinker on Velma this afternoon. Oh, dear God, I'm so glad I missed that.
Yeah, well, what you also got to do is like you got to up your level of not watching new media by also not watching the people who complain about new media.
I'm trying, but I just recently discovered Critical Drinker because I was watching his take on The Watchmen, and I knew he's famous for tearing shit a new arsehole. And I thought, okay, I'm gonna see what he's got to say. And he, was like, whoa, you actually like it too? Okay, cool. And then I'm like, all right, well, I can trust your opinion from this point on. Let's see what you got to say about this and this and
I
that.
don't know.
really need to,
I don't like anything with a giant blue penis in it.
I'm okay with that as well.
Check out his.
Then why do you keep putting them in half your
production
productions?
videos. Those are awesome.
Sorry.
Sorry, Doc. Yeah, we both. What are you saying?
Check out Drinker's production hell videos about like the making of films that like were like just hideous. Like does one on Dr. Moreau and Apocalypse Now. They're really funny. I think there's one on The Abyss, just like the film shoots that were absolute shit shows where everything went wrong.
Just to make sure it has to be read. That's awful. Oh, just fucking awful. If you're gonna tell shitty jokes like that, get your ass in here and say them in person so we can all laugh and point at you. What are you doing? You got time, like you got time to lean, you got time to clean, you got time to type, you got time to get your ass in here.
Yeah. Besides, Red has a different context. I have no problem ripping virgins open. Yeah. Some disgusting crude like that.
Right. Oh shit. No, I do not know that, Omen. No, I'm not a blonde.
And he just got in there, and he's only saying it's been 20 minutes to fuck with you.
No, I've been in the back as he's been going through this whole thing, and I've just been using
Okay,
my phone
I'm
to
really sorry.
type stuff out.
You
You gotta say it the second you get in there.
But now that you're here, fucker, how the hell you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm trying to create my adventures, for this weekend. So,
What are you doing?
the Axe game, I'm trying to start it up for, this. We last week we made some characters, but I'm testing how many more people will come in. And,
Who you got playing?
well, you probably don't know him. I don't know how to put Witso Band or something, which his real name's Brian. There's John with Real Geek. We're going to get someone by the name of Ann. Hopefully she'll join us. And then Grumpy Old Slan, I hope will join. And then
I know Grumpy. I know John.
And then Guns Are Cool. If we can get that many, that'd be great. But we'll see. We all create characters, and then we spent fiddling with Bounty for the next 2.5 hours. We were discussing all the things about Axe.
Right on.
It up. So I've already done my encounters. Now, of course, I'm not going to say it's fully railroad. The idea is to get the characters over to where we can actually start playing the adventures for what Brian's going to be doing, and then we'll go there. But I'm trying to do city encounters, and I was looking in the book, and they just don't quite have it. But they have them for the wilderness encounter. So I'm like, okay, I'll just have to go look at something else for the city encounters and then modify them accordingly.
Cool.
But
Right on.
and to be fair, it's been a while since I've done this, and now I'm like, oh, I'll do this and I'll do that, but so now I was like, okay, day 1, this is the weather. Day 2, that because you can do a lot of stuff pre-prep work, which is the goal of weather. Weather's not that hard to do if you roll it up. So I don't do the like rolling up every day's weather because if it's summer, it's going to be hot. If it's spring, it's going to be nice. If it's fall, it's going to be cool. If it's winter, it's going to be cold. After that, I can work with it, maybe up and down a little bit, whether there's precipitation of any sort or, winds and things like that. Otherwise, if it's not a hindrance in any way, then nobody ever asks. My recommendation on this is to save everyone time and effort is go pull up some historical for the type of environment you're going to use and just use their weather. And that's the fastest way of doing it.
Our good friend Jade had this huge complex freaking 12-sided freaking hexagonal freaking weird ass spirally chart. And I'm like, what the frick?
Well, the one that I was
those
looking at
pieces.
for Axe is they do what's called the Cooper or something like that, where it goes by the different types of terrain and everything else.
Mhm. That can have an effect.
Well, and so personal opinion is if you know the type of environment that your characters are going to be in, just go find the equivalent in the real world and just grab like a month's worth of weather from that because for an equivalent time frame, and you'll save yourself a lot of time and effort. Because then you'll get highs and lows, you'll get the precipitation, you'll get a lot of the other stuff out there. So, did I do that? No. Am I okay with that? Sort of.
But do you have an atlas?
Ah. Well,
And I mostly use as a footstool.
Yeah. He does I got to give the amount of work that Alexander Matrix does on a lot of these things. When you talk about how many pages, and I went, holy hell, you put 1,500 pages in 3 books, and that's including the fact that you're now working on another book while you're trying to get this one out. So it's interesting. I'm trying to see where and then of course I was trying to figure out how to do treasures and a few other things, but I don't think I'll do that. We'll see if the players die. I don't think they will, but I assume that there's going to be a bloody swath of dead NPCs out there because they're going to be joined by about 60 NPCs. So we'll see how quickly the monsters go through that.
Take care, Mac. I will send you a link or whatever to the story that I wrote, so you can check it out along with anybody else who's interested. George says Druid and OSE can predict the weather, so sometimes when you hand wave stuff, you take away from class fantasy. I suppose if that particular player is interested in that sort of thing, if they're thinking like that, because that was like one of the spells in AD&D that nobody ever seemed to take. And
but I'm going to bring this up. If you make something important, people start doing it. If you make lots of traps, people get a lot of detect traps. If you do a lot of secret doors, then they'll do that. If you make weather an important factor, then they'll take stuff via weather. And I think the problem is most people don't do that at all. So yeah, let me see what it's called. It's the open code is what they call it. And then you have to look at
open code.
Yes. So it's K.
That's where you said Tolkien code, and I'm like, what?
No. K.
Yeah.
O with the little umlauts above it, and then PPEM. If you type that in, and I'll show like the different places in the world. And I'm just saying we talk about stuff for like dungeon masters. Save yourself some time and buy some real world. They even buy it. I mean, nowadays since we have everything, just pick a year and like boom, that's what you get. And go from there. Save your, work smarter so you can actually, focus on the other things that are out there. And then what's going on as well. I know that Forbidden Lands does a really good job with weather as well. But yeah, I mean, when he does it, he has his 3-digit code. Let's see if it comes up. And then he has his weather modifiers. So depending on the time, it's like, it's spring, +2 during the day, 0 at night, -2 precipitation, +0 for weather. Like, well, that's nice. So, then they have different times for winter and stuff like that. It's interesting, but sometimes I think that we overcomplicate things as DMs when the players really don't care that much.
This is true. Most GMs plan and shit.
I don't mind some planning. I think that sometimes people overplan up to the point that, and this is where you get that railroad effect of the DM wants you to follow the adventure so much that if they don't, they feel like they wasted all of those hours and hours.
Yeah, I find that it's best to only do any of that once your players are invested in a certain direction. When they've made the decision, as a group, we're going to go do this. Okay, now it's time for me to have the information ready that you guys might need to, be imparted. You know, if you're gonna, go to the library, okay, well, what's the library gonna be like? You know, how am I gonna, describe it? What kind of books are in it? What kind of books are not in it? But if you're not gonna go in the library, it's still there, but I don't need to know shit about it at the moment.
Well, even if the library is, you don't have the Dewey Decimal System in, the Middle Ages. So you're going to have to kind of do a search on there, which allows you time to roll dice or allow the player to roll some dice. So I'm looking for this. Oh, well, there's the big library. It's like, where's the librarian? I hope I can find something.
Yeah, I don't really like to plan much of anything up until I see that they have their teeth in something.
Mm-hmm.
And then because otherwise I don't want to spend hours and hours doing something. They're like, yeah, I have no interest in that.
Well, the other one is what the 5-room dungeon solves a lot of that too. So I think that's very good.
What? No Mega Dungeons?
With the Mega Dungeons when they're invested, but yeah, I mean
I was just.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're playing, in the EO Geeks games. Well, not EO Geek, but whenever we start playing with two of the 3 DMs, they each have their own Mega Dungeon. Well, we've already bought in that if we're going to be playing in their game, we're going to be playing the Mega Dungeon. That's fine. One of them's Barrow Maze, which I think how big is that thing? Is that a 400-page module? Mega Dungeon.
I've heard of it, but I don't buy pre-made dungeons or modules of any of that sort anymore. I've had too many experiences with players who had the module. You know what I mean?
I agree with you, but again, as I've gotten older, and I've noticed this, I trust my players because there's no reason to cheat. You're cheating yourself out of interesting adventures if you know that you can always succeed.
No, it's not so much a matter of not trusting them because these days, some of the big ones we all know, people that we've all already been through it, or we've talked about it. It's those people that try to say, oh yeah, I've read it, but I can be objective and I won't ruin it. I'm like, that's freaking impossible. I'm just gonna make something up, and because I've yet to read, other than some of the really old classics, something that I couldn't have or didn't come up with something just as good. We've all got it in us. We all know how to make those tense scenes and situations and those diabolical traps and puzzles and clever new monsters. That's sort of, for me, takes all the fun out of the actual being a DM. Otherwise, I'd be I'm just gonna play from now on. If that's what the world wants out of a DM, like, nah, I'll just play. You see, you seem to enjoy the not creating aspect of being the DM. Well, then, cool.
But you know what? Some of that just comes down to, and this is where I agree with Mage's musings. You're putting them through the funhouse, and you want to see how different it is. I don't mind the adventure sport as long as I don't feel. I mean, and we all talk about this. When the pre-made modules feel like you have no choice. It's not like they can do other stuff. They don't have interactions, things like that. I like modules for the fact that they save time. Some of them are pretty interesting. It's like, okay, I can at least turn to them for ideas, if nothing else.
Right, but reading another module or another 10, I really don't know how much I'm going to get out of that for ideas versus what I've already, probably got cooking up in here and I don't even realize it.
That's true, but I mean, like I said, to me, it's a lot of. Don't get me wrong, because I know people that want to do everything from the very beginning, but I'll take pre-existing maps. That's why I like the 5-room dungeon. I can make 5 rooms very quickly. I can make them. A perfect example of a 5-room dungeon would be in The Hobbit, where they're fighting the trolls,
or the literal dungeon under a castle, which would only be about 5 rooms, and half of those rooms, or one room, is a room full of cells. Then you got the torture chamber. You got the guy who lives in the dungeon, the guard. Where's his room? Okay, you're done. That's a literal dungeon.
Yeah, but again, that's not really something to do a little bit of an adventure.
You'd be
Yeah,
surprised.
You gotta rescue the Duke, who was
Yeah.
captured during a battle.
And usually, well, and then at that point, I'm having to create a whole castle. That's my whole point for that.
Oh, yeah.
No.
But, I mean, I've literally done that exactly like Justin said. You're there to rescue someone or yourself break out. It's a 5-room dungeon, and it never gets old because it's literally expected.
You do the
Oh, yeah.
previous session. You start them with the message, and that they're by the wall of the tower. It's nighttime. That they climb over the castle wall. They sneak in. The first
Or
5 rooms
my
is
favorite
finding
is
the
get
dungeon.
through
The
the
next
sewers.
session is the.
And what's the first thing I do is I usually pick a historic castle and I throw it in.
Why not? Nobody's.
No, that's what I mean. Is
How many of us have been in a real castle besides Omen, right?
I've been in several, but those
Boy.
are sometimes the things that come into it's like, oh well, let me go find one here and one there, and again, this comes down to cities or dungeons, and you can restock them as you want. I don't mind certain ideas for them, and now, to be fair, a lot of stuff you can get really cheaply that it's worth it to me. But yeah, I usually buy pre-made adventures if they're like half off or something. But like I said, 5 rooms. Guess what? You meet a random encounter monster. Boom! I can do that. I can populate it pretty quickly. And okay, there's your lair. Okay, next one. Let's go to the. And the players are happy with it. You're happy with it, and they're not invested heavily into going into your dungeon. Now, you guys create a mega dungeon under the city and stuff like that for later on. But yeah, that's why I said that. That's why I think the 5-room dungeon is so nice, because players don't feel obligated to be stuck in the same thing, game after game after game. And like,
You know what? You know what I would do? I would go into it starting with the 5-room dungeon, and I just came up on the fly right now with a way to gauge whether or not the players want to go further. It's like, okay, they've gone through the 5 rooms, right? If they start looking everywhere for the secret doors, you know what I mean? They want to go further, and then I just start making shit up. You know what I mean?
Well, no, that's fine. I'm just saying
But if they don't, if they're like, okay, no, we don't see any more doors. Okay, let's get out of here. If they don't do the secret door thing, then they're good with going on to the next thing, I guess.
Well, a lot of times I do like using random monsters. Really on how Mages Musings likes to play a lot of stuff. Now he'll use like B2 as a core, but then if they encounter
I've always had a sort of a mixed feeling about random monsters.
What?
If there are things that would literally be there, like you're in a cave full of hobgoblins, right? Well, then you might meet things that are hobgoblin related, but suddenly there's an Umber Hulk. Why?
Well, you're also looking at, and this is why I do like the random monsters. If they're traveling through areas, then they encounter random monsters. And a lot of players, if they're smart, well, they'll have the characters run away. And you see a wyvern. Your first or second level. Well, guess what? Now as a DM, you can now start placing a wyvern there, and you can start filling that out. And in a hex crawl, depending on whether you want to do 1 mile or 2 miles, 6 miles, 24.
Yeah, that's totally different.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
If you're outdoors, then anything goes. But if you're like in some underground thing, it makes sense that you're not going to run into bugbears if all you've been running into are lizard men.
But as a DM, your wandering monsters should be theme appropriate.
Once in a game, I tortured a lizard man while sitting on the decapitated head of his friend. That's the correct way you use lizard men.
I thought the correct way was that they were eating your head after you.
There's that.
Actually, I thought the correct way is
I won that combat.
Well, no. The correct way to use lizard men is that's the people that are running everything, just like our current politicians. It's just like they remove their masks. And,
Lizard people.
Yes, exactly.
And there's Chuck Schumer
I don't know. I've always had a real.
standing in front of his barbecue, putting cheese on a
I
raw
guess.
burger.
Does anybody here remember the Rogues Gallery book back in the day, the original one?
I don't remember it. I don't think I ever bought it.
Oh, it had this classic lizard guy who was like an NPC. They could end up, being an NPC in your party because they're neutral, according to the original books and whatnot. And everybody wanted to freaking run this guy. It was freaking amazing how many people like, oh, I want to run that guy. I'm like, but there's no stats. And I got to do work and shit. I've always really enjoyed having them one way or another in the world, so to speak. They're so alien. All of the other humanoids are so easily.
Yeah, they're just kind of.
They're so close to being human, if you will. Orcs and Klingons and whatever.
I tell you that very situation happened when one of the NPC villains we captured helped us out, and I said I wanted to play that. The DM said, well, I don't know how to stat out an orc because it was an orc. And I just said, use the human character sheet.
And this is what
shift to the logical things.
So for my game, and I was doing this, is I was letting players have to make the third or fifth level that I posed the rule before they're allowed to make their own character and their own what I want to say, character class, and they can only do it for things they've encountered. So you can't just say, "Oh, I want to go play an orc." Well, if you haven't encountered orcs, you can't bring an orc into the campaign. Kind of thing. But if you're able to get one and he follows you as a hireling, then guess what? You can turn him into a PC when your current one dies. And that's kind of the encouragement stuff like that.
Well, I don't know if you've ever heard the story of how I started playing Lurk. That was the character's name. We had captured a bunch of people from this dungeon overrun by a motley of like ogres, lizard men, orcs, whatever. We captured a bunch of them. We were taking them back to town for interrogation. And this one was kind of squirrely because he was being used as the gopher of the little thing we were clearing out. And we're walking through the wood trail, and we got ambushed by, I don't know, the Jabberwocky or whatever, some big fucking thing. And the whole party was fucked. And these prisoners were just there, right? And my character's like across the clearing, so I couldn't do shit on my turn.
Yeah.
So I asked the DM, can I throw a knife to Lurg over there? He's standing like right next to the bad guy, the creature that was attacking us. And it's like, yes, roll. I got it. Lurg grabs the knife. Okay. She's like, Lurg stab. Roll for it. And it's like, I rolled a 20. Lurg kills the thing in one hit. Whatever. And I'm like, okay, I want to play Lurg now. She's like, roll a 20. And I rolled a 20. She's just hanging around. No, fuck, he's going to play a fucking.
Well, real quick, I want to address George's question. Does 5 rooms give exploration XP? I don't understand that question.
That would depend on, I guess, on your adventuring. If you're talking about, if you're playing something like Numenera, just the fact that you can go explore, you can get XP for that.
Okay, that's like a mechanic where, because you're doing a certain thing called exploration, you get a certain formula of XP because of the action.
It depends on the game. Again, I'll go for different ones for this. If you're doing old school, which is what I'm looking at with Axe, it's still the 1 gold piece, 1 experience point plus whatever the monster is for that. So there's that. And then I'll throw in like little bonuses if they're doing some things that don't require combat. They're still, making money or pushing your stuff forward. And when I say story, it's not that I've defined the story. It's that I feel that they have moved their characters forward to actually do something useful. Let's rephrase, I want to phrase that. one way or the other. Which is, but it's the point of being a DM is you want to be surprised. You want to be surprised by what your players will do. You go, you know what, that makes sense. That's what all these people get mad like you went right through my blah blah blah, and I spent all this time like, congratulations, you did a great job. You should do. That's what I love as a DM. It's, supporting and not.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can spend all this time trying to do this, or you can get Alexander the Great to just cuts it. It says, "Okay, I unraveled the knot."
Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
You should always be rooting for your players, not handing them everything, but when the group of them defeats your thing, you should expect that. I mean,
You should be the biggest advocate for them while trying to give them the, but you want to make sure that it's
the greatest challenge.
Yeah. Well, yes, you want them to feel that, and if they're getting that, oh my God, am I going to make it? Especially if they lose 2 or 3 characters, and then your NPC runs away, and even if you roll the dice ahead, and like, look, he won the evasion test, he made it out. Man, players will get into that about how much they hate a certain individual that screwed them, especially if they steal some magic items or something. It's like, we're going to get him. It's like, he's not your main bad guy, but they have now made him the main bad guy. Like, screw that lich. We don't care about that lich.
Hey, what's up, Squirrel? Long time no see, man.
No.
Hey, if you want to pop in, the link is in my general tab in Discord. I haven't seen you in forever. Jack keeps asking about you and other folks as well.
I will be
I was
back.
asking about you the other day. And little bad news, folks. Apparently, Donald Sutherland passed away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Well, he was, 90 something?
I know, but he gave us a bunch of good stuff.
I know, but at a certain point, it's like he's still alive. It's
I
kind of
know.
well, Christopher Lee was playing heavy metal when he was 97. With that,
I can't even picture that, but just
you used to have his website. He was sitting there with an electric guitar playing. Yes.
88.
Awesome.
Yeah, but no, that just warms the cockles of my heart. The picture in Saruman just freaking up on top of Isengard, just freaking banging his head.
Oh yeah.
I have mixed feelings about Donald Sutherland. On one hand, he was a woke twat, but then on the other, he was oddball.
Who isn't a woke clod for most of those if you're going to be in Hollywood? I mean, at a certain point, you're like, okay,
You got Kurt Russell and Clint Eastwood. Who are both awesome.
Yes. Actually, as a matter of fact, Heston was my favorite actor for most of my life.
Well, it's funny is everyone talks about, but I mean, if you look at the number of sci-fi films he did, he was the sci-fi star.
Yep. Growing up as a kid, that's all I knew him from. It wasn't until later I found out he'd actually done a bunch of other stuff, and I'm like, so he was in freaking Soylent Green. He was in Planet of the Apes. Come on, my childhood was filled with freaking pretending to be him as a grade schooler on the playground with my friend Ricky. Every day from probably 1st to 6th grade, that's when we would go out in the playground and pretend while everybody else is doing other stuff. We were, pretending that all the other students were the apes, and we were trying to, avoid them.
He was going to be Chief Brody in Jaws originally. He had to back out.
Can you imagine how awesome that would have been?
The original cast, they wound up having to replace it. Was originally him. Lee Marvin was playing Quint, and I think Charles.
Oh wow,
Rhodes.
Lee Marvin.
Oh wow, no shit. Oh right.
But they all wound up having to drop out. I mean, they got a perfect cast in the end. But
yeah. Richard Dreyfuss is pretty base too. Although I having seen all that jazz, I can't help but picture and 2010, I can't help but picturing him as being a traditional Hollywood lefty, but still a great movie. Still to this day, one of the 2 scariest movies ever made, Alien and Jaws.
Well, and Spielberg kind of because the shark kept breaking down meant that he had to use very few shots.
Real sharks?
Which helped a lot because he didn't know.
The one real shark thing they did in Jaws almost turned out to a disaster. The scene where it's tearing the cage apart, that was an actual shark. They had like a really small, like a 4-foot guy to make it look big in the cage, and it actually got tangled up in there and freaked out.
Oh wow!
And so that
Yeah,
whole thing where it's like going nuts.
Well, I mean, what kind of crazy is that? You know, yeah, put me in the cage and then drop me near a shark. No thanks. You know, there's a whole lot of ways to die. That is not on my bucket list.
Yeah, being eaten is way down on my list of things to do.
Yeah.
Confetti cannon, death by confetti cannon.
Confetti.
Hey,
That's just
Yeah.
freaking way out there.
I was talking to my friend, and I didn't realize just how depressed he was. And he was talking about, his plans of committing suicide at my workplace. Like, what the hell, man? And he had a daughter. He was born premature, and he didn't want to be a father. He was just, of course, he was, so all this stuff was happening. But I find it funny because we were talking, we went to lunch today, and he said, you know what? She's my little savior because now he's so happy to be a dad. I said, yeah.
That's what they're for, dude.
No, I know. It's, people forget. It's like, well, it gives you a purpose. And I said, all these people spend money for all these experiences. Oh, it's so cool to have these experiences. Like, when you have a kid, you have an experience every day, good or bad. You'll always have stories with kids.
I'm telling you, man. You don't know fear until you're worried about a little one freaking falling or cracking their head on the counter because they're running through the kitchen and the kitchen's wet and slippery. Oh my God, there ain't no fear like that. I'll take being in the shark cage over that any day of the week, man. No thanks. I'm so glad Jackie doesn't have those issues now. He's got like a whole slew of new potential ways of getting killed.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna have to laugh because you're probably more terrified that he would do the same things that you did as a kid. It's just always funny.
Yeah, that's a Gen X thing. Almost none of us should have survived to adulthood.
Well, you know what? I'll say as much as you say that's a Gen X. Did you ever look at the playground from like 1910 or 19?
Oh my God! Yeah, it's like 50-foot monkey bars over concrete. Yeah,
it was like holy hell, and it's like,
and throwing a bunch of sand down underneath it ain't much better. Now you just got a place for the blood to puddle.
I talked to an Australian guy. Actually, the Uncharted X.
Is it just pure orange plastic you're eating there, Justin?
He's eating fruit roll-ups. If that's true.
No.
But no. If you guys know of Ben from Uncharted X, so he was saying how he could never get a hat on big enough. Well, apparently, like you talked about the sand, and they had the little the pole that they would slide down. Well, they didn't have enough sand over it, and he fell and hit his head and cracked his head open. And his head swelled so much that they weren't sure he was going to make it. So they just waited, but of course that caused it's probably because it did crack his head that allowed the swelling to expand instead of causing.
And keep it from.
And so, but yeah, he was joking about it. He says, "I can't find a hat big enough nowadays."
Who and what?
Ben from Uncharted X. He does a lot of. I met him when I went on the trip with Randall Carlson, and he went out there on the tour along with Dave Matheson and a few other people, and it was really cool to talk to him.
Not familiar with that at all.
Which one?
Uncharted X.
Oh, if you like all of the stuff very similar to that, is what he does is he goes over and he runs tours to the pyramids and to some stuff in South America, and they all discuss precision and everything else. He was doing a lot of things on the pottery talking to Christopher, what's his name again? The one that did the ancient Egyptian machines. Do you remember those?
No.
Technology. I'll have to remember what Chris's name is. I can't remember his last name. Anyway, he was a machinist and he did all the lasers and everything to do the 3D and put it in there. And but they got some of the bases that the Egyptians supposedly made, and they're within 1/10,000th of a hair width.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he did that. I'll remember his name. You know him when if I can remember the name. But yeah, he did a really good. But anyway, it was good to talk to him. I enjoyed talking to him.
Sometimes I hate having Cro-Magnon ancestors, but other times I remember the benefits. The leaky ears is not a good one.
I don't have any real leaky ears, so I'm just.
Yeah.
Leaky ears.
Yeah, you get the wax buildup, the soft, and it's soft. It's not hard.
Yeah, but you know what? Dogs get that crap too. I mean, that's part of being a mammalian. And if you've ever looked at some of the stuff that they have on what is it? Those lizards, and they have to express where there wasn't enough moisture. They have to express all of the buildup in there for wax. Oh well.
This conversation took a weird turn, but
As it should.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? I got it, man. All of these.
I haven't had one of these in ages.
What is it?
A beef patty?
Oh,
I've never
it's like
seen one
kind
of
of a calzone.
Yeah, it
calzone.
actually. I don't know if any of you guys remember. Jack in the Box used to have these apple pies, and it looks like that, but bright orange. They were really good. I remember my dad's gun shop was right next to a Winchell's, of course, which is a donut shop, and a Jack in the Box. And every morning we'd go into the shop, open it up, and I could just smell both restaurants just coming in through the shop. And I'm just like doing the Homer Simpson, just freaking walking over to Jack in the Box for one of them apple pies in the morning.
No, but the beef patty, it's like a beef paste put between a flaky.
Okay. No, it's.
You say that, I hear Hot Pocket.
Yeah, but not bad
It's
food.
next level hot pocket.
and much older.
Yeah, it's a Jamaican thing, right?
Yeah, Jamaican, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I was thinking more like the the old, when I used to hear. Of course, I was used to living in the United States when they kept talking about pies. I'm like, what do you mean these things with beef pies and stuff like that? That's what it kind of reminds me of when you told me.
Yeah, but it's not the same kind of dough. It's thinner, and it's over and kind of like a dumpling.
Okay.
Yeah, but consistent, and it's like obviously that big and flat. There's no air inside. Yeah, they used to have them in like every variety store would have the little warming tray with them sitting in there, so they're dry.
Okay.
Sounds like a Canadian thing to me, man.
It probably
It
is.
doesn't sound bad. It just, I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
I will say things have gotten a lot better in the last. We can complain about everything else, but the food selection around the United States has gotten a lot better than it used to be. And the fact that I don't have to go to like a super large city to find certain things.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay. We would have that discussion at work also where people are talking about living in cities. Well, if I need to go to a city, I can drive an hour or two rather than just living there and save myself a lot of money and heartache. Like, if I want to go to Dallas, that's a 2-hour drive north. Okay, fine. I can do that for a day and then come back. But why would I want to live there?
Yeah.
I lived in New York for years. I'll never live in a city again. I have no interest in ever doing that again.
Well,
And it is weird when you finally leave. You have no idea just how stressed out you were the entire time. You're just like you just realize you were so wound up and you didn't even notice it.
Oh, I noticed that with driving. As soon as I hit traffic over there, I'm like, oh, you know. And I'm like, look, I like driving out in the countryside, for work. If a lot of times I'll drive about 3 to 7 hours a day, depending on how far away it is.
Yeah, I live in a weird combination of rural and suburb. Across the street, a tenth of a mile, there's horses and things like that. But if you go in the other direction, there's shopping centers, and of course, right behind my house, I've got the racetrack, where
it's a highway, not a racetrack.
no, it's a racetrack because there are no cops. We just have sheriffs, and you can't find one to save your life.
They don't give a shit.
But I mean,
they're actually doing stuff, not just sitting there waiting for something to happen.
Revenue in.
But I mean, but see, that's what I grew up in, is where I have that right on the border of that. I'm like, oh, okay. I like, with my property, 20 minutes gets me way out in the middle of nowhere, basically. And then there's the one little city 3 miles away from that, and that's only that is like 1,500 people, and we've eaten at all the restaurants that are there. So like, oh, okay. And I like those times to meet people and talk to individuals, and I like to actually sit and know who the store owners are and things like that.
Yeah,
I think that we sometimes miss that, because if you go to a big box store, I mean, the convenience is nice, but you do miss those personal interactions.
Yeah. Jackie's mom trips out on me every time we go anywhere. I'm talking to complete strangers, and she's just like mortified. Like, why are you talking to these people? Because they're there,
Well, I mean, I was talking to one guy, for the food truck, and it's like, well, how's it going? He's like, oh, yeah, I just kind of do this for fun. If I feel like it, and I think it was Big Mo or whatever, and we were just talking to him while we wait for our hamburgers to get cooked. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. And I sometimes just bring that up, because when you get outside of Twitter and the how do you want to say, partisan world, it was really interesting. My son and I were going through that, and there's this black lady we're talking to, and I'm like, son, how do you think she's going to vote? And he's like, I think she's going to vote for Trump. It's like, oh, okay. But you don't know until you talk to people, and it's just like, oh,
Yeah, Jackie's trying to break me of that habit.
Of what? Talking to people?
No, trying to judge people, and I'm like, no, he ain't never gonna break me of that habit.
Well, it's not the judging that bothers me, but I
like trying to figure out, exactly like the game you're playing. How do you think they're gonna vote?
But
what do you think their religion is, or what have you? It's like,
I think you're all Satanists.
But
especially you. Especially you.
But I mean, a lot of it is I like to. I said, you really don't know why someone's voting a certain way, because if you can start talking to them, then you can start saying, okay. And I tell my son, they're all bad, son. With the exception of probably Thomas Massey, is the only one I can say is really, really good. But we don't have enough of him. So.
The way I always look at it is if you strike up a conversation with someone, you never know when you're going to bump into that person again, outside of the grocery store or what have you, and they may remember you, and that's how you make friends. You show them that just because there's certain obvious differences, that doesn't mean shit. It's what's inside. And I was talking to this one guy who's a cashier, and I was like, I bet you can't guess what I'm making for dinner. And he's like laughing, because I got all the ingredients for dinner, and you could just tell that he's standing there all day and people aren't saying shit to him. So then he's like, starts telling me about what he's making. Like one of these days I'm going to bump into that guy outside of Walmart and he's going to be like, oh, hey, I remember you.
So I was, for HEB, I was going there and grabbing some food, and I had my Old School Essentials t-shirt on, and one of the stockers stops me and says, hey! I was like, oh, cool. It's like, all right.
I've had that happen once in freaking 13 years of living where I'm at. I was wearing my Dungeon Master's Guide t-shirt, and Jack and I went into Burger King, and he's like, and I'm like, what? Oh, whoa. We were, we almost didn't even have to use words anymore. He's like,
It's
typical,
like,
male behavior. But
oh yeah,
you believe in swordfish? I disbelieve your illusion. What's happening, Anon?
I'm getting to
actually-
email. I got to get up at 4, but
All right, well, take care, Doc.
Take care,
Party
Doc.
on,
Good
Doc.
seeing you again, man. I will tell you that Bugs Bunny story later on.
Absolutely. I'll get you.
Unless
guys.
you want to quickly get it out now.
No, because it's
You've got to take your time with bugs.
no, it's
It's
not that it's
safe.
inappropriate. It's just it's got a
It's
little
involved.
It's got a little personal detail in there, and then I'm not gonna divulge that here and now. Maybe later when it's funnier. But take care. Take care,
Party on,
Doc.
Doc.
See
Party
you
on.
maybe tomorrow.
He believes in swordfish, but not sawfish. So no.
Sawfish.
I'm just not a huge fish fan. I had triggerfish, but basically triggerfish tastes like chicken with a slight fishy flavor. And I said, well, if I'm going to get something that tastes like chicken, why don't I just get chicken?
I don't know. I'm not a big fish
I like
guy.
halibut.
I like to try all sorts of different food. I liked amberjack years ago.
Amberjack.
I just don't do crustaceans. I don't do bugs. I don't
Oh
care.
man, those are the best. If you can get the little crawfish, big crawfish boil. Hell yeah. Maybe crawfish boil any day of the week, man.
Really? What is the appeal to eating bugs?
Well, see, the problem is you are thinking bugs. I'm thinking tasty.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. I've had like popcorn shrimp.
I'm thinking meat, like crab meat or crawfish meat, not ichor.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Like everything else, don't tell me what I have to eat. If it tastes good, I'll eat it. And if I don't like it, I won't. But the fact that they're making you do stuff, or they're trying to push you in a certain direction, like hold on here. That's what bothers me. Like most things, it's just like if someone tried to force me to eat broccoli.
What are you still eating at your folks' house? Who's making you eat anything? You're a grown ass man.
Yes, but I'm referring to the good old,
I know.
powers above that somehow think that I'm an adult, but I can't make my own choices. It's, oh man, I got to do that for work. I got to take the scientific integrity training, and we were all laughing. I was laughing with my friends. Like,
Did they just forget the last couple of years, or?
well, here's his point. The problem isn't the guy at the bottom that has the scientific integrity. It's the people way above who are deciding
That have
just
no
to ignore
integrity,
it.
scientific or otherwise.
Well, they aren't even scientists in many cases. They're just, well, what are we going to do if we like this? Yeah.
Scientific integrity.
I'm like, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, it's almost an oxymoron, right?
Okay.
No, it's just it's not it's not a reversion of concept. It's more authoritarianism than we're told certain people ever were.
Yeah. I just remember people going, it's like, do you believe in science? I said, I believe in the scientific method. I don't believe in scientists, which is exactly what you're supposed to do for science. But, I was listening to just the condescension if they don't agree with it. It's like, oh, well, they're not real doctors. Like, oh, really? So the doctor of veterinary medicine doesn't know is. I mean, hell, I remember falling on my head, and she was a real attractive veterinarian. She comes over and she looks at my eyes and like, okay, you don't have a concussion and a few other things, and you're just like, you tell me that they can't treat people? They treated people 100 years ago, and now you're just like, oh yeah, but they don't know.
Well, I wouldn't trust them with the specificities of human medicine, but
I would.
generics of like general medical care is the thing.
I mean, it's harder to become a veterinarian than it is a normal doctor.
Because they have to learn about so many different species, and still they're required to.
A lot of times, unless I'm trying to go for
Field.
specific brain surgery or something.
Yeah, well,
You
that's what I'm getting at, right? Like,
But I mean, most of the stuff is pretty similar. It's like, oh, you got a sprain here, we'll do this. Hey, you're infected, here's some drugs. Because they test most of the drugs on your pets before they ever give them to human beings.
yeah.
Unless they decide to bypass that, process. So yeah. But no, it's usually not the people at the bottom that I'm worried about. It's the people who get in power. It's like, why would I trust someone that seeks power? I know in the engineering field, almost no one wants to be a manager unless they figure that the person that's going to become the manager is terrible. And then they kind of fall on the sword, and they usually wait until like the last 3 years or so, the last 5 years of their career to become a manager because they don't want to do all that crap.
Yeah. I don't know, man. The world is kind of broken in some respects by design.
You know what?
I think.
You know what though? Is the world's always been broken. We're just noticing that. We're coming out of a golden age into something even worse. Because I studied like history. I'm like, yeah,
we're hitting an age of revolution, right? Like a lot of the world is going to be changing in the next 5 years because of
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it won't change, but is that necessarily bad? I don't know.
No, it's never necessarily bad, but it does lead to strife, right? And
and anxiety.
A lot of the orthodox of stupidity to be confronted.
And anxiety. So
anxiety is always exaggerated by radical change.
Well, right. That's what I mean by that. But
yeah.
that's why it's like, oh, my life is just so much better if I would just turn off the news and they would just tell me like what's going on and like, okay, that's it. But they just want everyone to be anxious and afraid.
You mentioned Freud's cousin earlier. I believe it was you.
I don't think it was me, not Freud.
It might have been Doc.
Doc, his cousin.
Yeah,
maybe you were still in the chat. Doc mentioned it. He revolutionized modern marketing and the concept of propaganda. His name is still not coming to me.
It's in the chat if you scroll up or down.
Down, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But before, Bernays.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't.
Edward.
I keep thinking of the sauce. I'm like, boy, that sounds like it'd be really good.
Yeah, but before that, the word propaganda meant specifically a subset of news, which was of a political nature. Yeah, and that's all we get now. All we get is propaganda, and not the actual current events. And if we do, it's filtered through the modern definition of propaganda and not the historical one.
So Christopher Dunn was the one I was referring to, Lost Technologies.
Right. I know who he is.
Yeah.
Christopher Dunn.
He's done some amazing work.
So Christopher Dunn, but Ben interviewed him, and he says some other stuff. But what's funny is all the people, it's my friend's archaeologist, all the people asking questions are the ones who are outside of the mainstream. And again, it's not that, it's funny because they're like, well, the mainstream believes this. I said, has science ever progressed when people believe in the mainstream? Most of the stuff, whether it's plate tectonics or a few other things, they've always been radical, and people have attacked them viciously for decades, until it's like, oh, well, there's enough supporting evidence. And then they're all like, oh, well, we all believe in science. I said, okay. You guys
Yeah.
fought for it. You fought against it for 40 years. And that's happened in every field, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I just-
And
it's
it's like
like-
the galactic expansion and collapse theory is currently and currently being reverted back to the one it was before. The whole one day the universe will collapse in on itself bullshit, which was just something some guys made up while watching a movie.
Well, I mean, when you start looking
Yeah,
at
well,
stuff,
just on just the physics of it makes no sense whatsoever.
what do you mean, the ever expanding universe, or the one that in fact that'll collapse in on itself?
The collapse in on itself.
No. If you look at it, as I understand why it would be, because things are slowing down over time.
The theory used to be it would go out a little bit, come in a little bit, go out a, like a breathing,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
then some guys were like theorizing after watching a movie that no, it's going to go out a lot and then collapse, and that theory is currently being deconstructed as like, yeah, some guys just came up with that and there's no evidence for it.
Actually, that isn't the one I've heard. I've heard because I had a book years ago and they started calling it quintessence. It was
Yeah.
said the ever expanding. Oh, it keeps expanding, and I went, well, hold on here, but
Yeah.
you know, a lot of it just comes down to. And I had a math. He was teaching calculus. Anyway, he said astrophysics is the only science where you don't have to directly observe it to just tell to suddenly come up with these wild ideas, and there's no way to verify most of it. And that's
Or
the
any of
problem.
it. Well, not
Well,
any of it, but
not
I mean,
until we
You can't
have-
observe it. You can't observe. It's a lot of some of it you can, but a lot of stuff they can't observe. So they're throwing theories out there the entire time, just like the whole thing with dark matter. Well, we got to
That's
put
another
in.
one that's like that,
Yeah.
and quantum mechanics is like we've been pouring money into this, and it's less accurate than the thing we were doing before.
I mean, to be fair, I've looked at some of the quantum stuff, and really,
it's
when
like
it
they're
comes
just
down-
freaking bored. They just want to go in a different direction because they're bored with the previous one of no answers. Now they're going to go in a different direction of
Well,
No
the
answers.
previous one from the up until the 50s.
well, there's Newtonian, and then you got the quantum, which again, the quantum.
Newtonian,
Yeah,
they delivered more results from what I understand, from what I
Well-
was reading in a white paper.
So quantum works at the very extremes of the edges, which is where you start dealing with that at the very edges. But when you average everything out, if you have enough averages, the Newtonian does better for the normal stuff that we're dealing with. And again, it only needs to be good enough for me to put someone into space, not that I have to worry about on the 1 in 100 trillionth of a chance that this is going to work. You know, it's like, well, how do you even measure it? Because your odds of actually getting it are very slim. But no,
if your theoretical physics can't be applied to practical devices, it's useless.
and there are certain areas, like I said, there are certain areas where it does break, where Newtonian mechanics starts breaking down, and that's fine. But it is a very niche area. But at the end of the day, I look at stuff and like, okay, can you actually build something useful that's useful to other people? But it's what I've noticed a lot of times is, I even heard this from one of the professors I took biology from. He said, what was his name? Richard Dawkins. He said Richard Dawkins was pissed off that he wasn't. He's just pissed off that.
That guy was
Charles
a grudgy
Darwin.
old man in his 20s.
No, Charles Darwin came up with the theory of evolution before he did. Like, you weren't even born and you wouldn't even know, but talk about such an ego. But it was interesting watching.
It's still just a theory. Like, it's a plausible
Yeah, but a theory,
but-
but there's a whole difference between a theory and a hypothesis. The problem I have with it is people confuse the two terms, and then the other problem I have is a lot of times they don't test it. It's like my favorite is for global warming. The explanation is, well, it has to be this because we've eliminated everything else. That's not how science works. Is you're supposed to disprove your theory first as much as you can, and you can attack it. And a lot of things have been changing. So,
well, I'm just saying we're still believing Al Gore's movie, even though it says we should have all been dead a decade ago.
Yeah.
You know,
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not taking any advice from a man who doesn't know how to freaking travel with his own pet.
Hmm?
What?
He put his dog in a cage on the top of his car to go from point A to point B.
Which one was this? Oh,
Al Gore.
I don't. You know what though? At the end of the day,
You put the cage in the back. You don't put it on top of the car.
here's what gets me is
No matter how much the dog is going to enjoy it with the wind in his face and whatnot, you don't do it. One slight mistake, and you got that cage rolling down the highway.
You
might have hated
the
the
whole
dog,
thing
though.
is that is so minor for all the crap that Al Gore is dealing with. It's
No,
like-
I know, but I mean, this is something so freaking simple. You know what I mean? That's supposed to be your buddy, your pal. You know what I mean? And you're going to throw him on the top of the car in a cage and hope you tied it all down right and hope something doesn't happen. You get an accident of any sort, you kiss Fido goodbye. You know, you put the cage in the back of the vehicle,
Roll the window down.
you're good. Why would you do that other than, oh, you don't really like the animal, it's your kid's animal or something, and you're like, hey, if shit happens, shit happens. No, you don't do that. You just
Uh,
don't
you know,
allow
though-
the animal.
I do bet he does cook the hamburger on the grill before putting the cheese on it, though. Unlike
Dude,
Chuck
I
Schumer.
don't know how out of touch you have to be to even just not to mention that wasn't even real. That was like human patties. That wasn't beef. I don't know what the hell that was.
Wait a minute.
They were frozen.
He was having beef tartare, and he just wanted to put a little crust on the outside. That's all.
Those hot dogs look fucking perfect, though. I'm just saying, those hot dogs on that grill,
Yeah, those actually looked reasonable, but yeah, I don't know.
and they were big fucking meaty things, not those stupid little Oscar Mayer crap.
No,
Oscar Mayer in decades.
well, what was
Jackie
the
doesn't even know what
Hebrew
that is.
Nationals and a few others?
Right, but it was just like it was just so completely out of touch. You know, unless you're not, gonna clean the grill, and you didn't really want the cheese
No,
on the burger, you
it's
just wanted
like-
the cheese.
How is he going to cook the other side of the fucking burger with the cheese on it?
That's
You know what,
flip it,
though?
the cheese is on that side.
But you know what? At
And
the end of the
then when
day,
you're done, you lift it up, and all the cheese is all over the grill.
I don't expect my politicians to know how crap, which tells you why we're like over like $32 trillion in debt at this point. If you can't,
No, I
figure out
expect every single man in the world to instinctually know how to freaking barbecue. a
I'm
hamburger.
Canadian. We got an instruction manual on how to barbecue in December when I was 5.
yes, and Justin Trudeau probably can't even do that. So
That's why I said instinctually, a real man should know how to do that. From
We're talking about
all
real
of
men
us,
here.
all the way up.
No,
to
no,
Big
We're
Mike.
talking about Justin Trudeau here. Why are you bringing up real men?
Well, because
Or
I was
men at
also
all?
going to bring. I was also going to bring up Big Mike.
well,
I
just mean,
guarantee
at the
he
end of
knows
the
how to
day,
grill a
why
burger,
do you
too.
expect our politicians? They're lizard people. They're not men. You're supposed to use that. What is that phrase that they use? Serpent people for Conan. If you use that, you'll get to see everything. I mean, come on. We had the Shadow of the Dragon.
Because once upon a time, all politicians were something else first, like a man,
Yes,
a basic man. You know,
But that was before Lincoln.
yes. That was the time when they actually
Maybe.
used to duel each other.
I don't know. It's hard to
And-
remember.
Before, not Lincoln. Lincoln was a politician first. He came out of law school.
Yeah, you've got to do something with your life to, it's kind of like writers, that are doing all of the creating of the movies and TV and all that crap we consume.
Really?
They've done nothing.
What exactly did Robert Howard do in life besides write?
Not much, actually, but I do think that he at least was but where he was
right off the bat,
you have to interact with other human beings, just like Mark Twain was a writer, but he had to interact with other human beings.
Well, right off the bat, I was going to give REH a free ride because he was born in Texas, Therefore, from the time you're like 0 to about 12, you've already killed a man, tied steel, built a house, and probably worked on the railroad. After that, he was tired. He wanted to, sit back and write.
I think a lot
I
of
don't think it works that way, but we'll go with that.
I mean,
It's
if you look,
Texas, Well,
but
and back then, back then everybody carried a gun. So of course
I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian. Texas is where pussies come from.
Some of them.
Sorry, no.
No.
I am also Canadian, so I have to be polite and apologize.
No. You know what? Well, that depends on which district you're from. As a kid, I thought, man, these Canadians are rough and tumble and everything else. And now I'm going, what pussies happened to you guys? Good God, you've been neutered. That's what I'm afraid of. That's trying to happen here. It's the same thing.
Yeah, growing up, that whole always get your man. It had a completely different context than it does now.
Well, in California, it didn't, but
no, the Mounties.
Well, I grew up watching Dudley Do Right, so I'm just saying.
I know. Well, no, I was listening to stuff when they were talking about the, World War II with the Canadians, and they said the Americans just would, they're talking about how they would throw knives all the time, and like, oh, okay, it's a rough and tumble area, and it's like, all right, that's like frontier up north where it's like, all right,
it's on your, it's on your way to Alaskan badassery. You got to go through Canadian badassery.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Alaskans are all hippies, man.
They are now.
They always were.
You think
no,
so?
they always were, but at least they were in the right place, which is not near civilization. So,
No, I always thought, with the logging and trapping and things like that there at one point there had to have been some badass Alaskans.
Oh, well, you know what? Years ago in the 1990s, they talked about you have a medal of valor or something like that they give to civilians and things.
I believe so.
And one of the guys they gave it to for fighting off a polar bear with a Swiss Army knife. And he survived.
Knife that big.
No.
It's shorter than my pinky finger. And he won that fight.
And he did.
I got one right here. It's
Shut up! It's a fucking joke, Shadow, man.
No, I was just curious because see, I used to carry
2 1/4. It's 2 1/4 inches. And how do I know this? Because I tried taking it to a federal building, and they told me it was 1/4 inch too long.
Okay, the reason I bring it up because I've been in a fight with this, but see, the trick is you've got your long blade, right? But you've also got your saw blade. Trust me, you do not want this anywhere near you.
This is why I argue with one of those guys after the time I was on the Quantum show there about the circular saw and the jigsaw. What one's better to get cut by? Because the more jagged a blade is and the more slow the blade is, the more damage it's doing to you and the easier it's to repair. I'd rather have a finger cut off by a circular saw than a jigsaw any fucking day because it's easier for them to put that shit back on.
Yeah, this saw blade is it's I forget what they call it, but
you're probably not getting it put back on, but it'll be easier for them to try.
Mm-hmm.
It's got the serrations in 2 different directions. This thing is freaking. Oh my god! I'd rather get shot than stabbed with this fucking thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
and if you're really smart,
I still have a fragment of a bullet right here. Right here.
And if you're really smart, you'll take a grinder and grind that taper point off, so it's easier to stab people with it too.
I don't take this with me anymore.
No. Wait a minute.
This guy knows what he's fucking.
So the end of that part of the story is they wouldn't let me in with the Swiss Army knife, but it was okay to bring in the machete because that was government issued.
Have they not seen the movies, like any of them?
Don't ask me why it's okay to bring a blade in this long, but not one this long. I'm just saying.
No, because it's easier to hide.
Oh, it got better because I went upstairs and they had a cake knife, you know,
Uh-huh.
and how long is that thing? Things like this long. And it's like, oh, so that's the way we're
That's
gonna
also government issued.
yeah. I just actually at
That
my
was
current
good.
work.
Dude. That was good. Government issue cake knife.
Oh, wait a minute.
Well,
You know,
technically, if the office bought it, you know.
No. Well, someone had brought it in, but I just thought it was funny because they were doing their, you know, like once every 6 months or so, they would do where they had to check all the federal employees walking into the building. You know, and I'm like, oh, it's okay for me to bring in a machete. Like, yeah, but that's government issued. But you know, you can't bring in your own little knife. And
We are literally being run by the clown show, aren't we?
Right after me. Retards.
Well, this is the problem of when you create laws and you remove the ability to actually make rational decisions. So, it's the
How
same
about
reason
this?
that when everyone talks about how dangerous a gun is, and I went, yes, but you give me a car and you don't understand how many people I could kill with that on the highway.
Even after Waukesha.
You know? Oh,
He never got the hate crime modifiers for that.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking
Well,
insane.
I don't care that he got more time than the previous white guy that did something horrific. He didn't get the hate crime modifiers, so it jukes the statistics, and that's done intentionally.
Oh! When I was in Chicago, they I forgot what the magazine was, and the problem was things would disappear over time. They were talking about one case. The guy had been attacked or whatever, was in the hospital, and then had died like a year later. And just to make sure the statistics didn't go through with it, they made sure that they didn't put that down as a murder, even though that technically is.
Yeah.
You know, just because if the person's in a coma and then dies from the wounds, then you know it still counts as murder. But
Yeah.
no, we got to count that as something else.
COVID?
No.
No, that was George Floyd.
What's up, TCG?
Oh.
No, technically, by the way that they were counting stuff, George Floyd died by COVID because he had COVID at his death, and the way they count is if you died. Well, I have my coworker, her husband did stuff for the Attorney General, and he was fighting with them.
Can you elaborate?
He was arguing with them.
Stuff.
He was arguing with them because they were asking for reimbursement for COVID deaths for a person that was decapitated. And he's like,
That
no,
makes perfect sense.
the COVID did not cause the death. You know what I mean?
That is one hell of a virus.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Took his head clean off.
It's technically more lethal than Captain Trips.
so whenever we're joking about stuff and just how stupid sometimes, you know,
Everything is these days.
yeah, you know, I'm like, look,
You mean
there's still
literally
needs to be
everything?
some common sense in there, and we used to have certain people, but nowadays it's.
No.
Am I saying it's getting any better? No, because I heard plenty of stupid stuff from the Middle Ages too. You know, so
Yeah.
we want to talk about science. I'm not sure if you know, but if you put dirty underwear in your shoe, after a month, it will spontaneously create a mouse.
What?
I kid you not. That was the
That's
belief.
where they're all coming from.
That was what they did in the Middle Ages, is, you know, for spontaneous generation, and that was one of the things they said is, you know, if you put, first off, I want to know is who the hell's putting dirty underwear in their shoe, and let alone that's my better question.
Well, I can see it happen by accident, right? Like you just throw your dirty underwear on top of your shoes.
I mean, do you realize how expensive shoes were equivalently back then? They had riots in the old Soviet Union when they showed what was that movie, The Grapes of Wrath? They were showing The Grapes of Wrath, and they're like, "Oh, look at how bad the Americans are," and they said the peasants went like, "Those people have shoes." I mean, shoes are not cheap, and yet, why would you put your underwear in your shoe?
Uh,
Because you have a hole in the bottom of your shoe, maybe? I don't know, man. That's crazy shit.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you know what? Those are the things I love to read about too. Is it's like, all right, that's what makes sometimes the role playing stuff a lot of fun. If you really want to do it, like summon mouse or something. How do I do this? What's the ritual? Put your underwear in your shoe.
Yeah, but like, I don't think you're wearing the shoe during that, right? Like, it's.
I hope not. I mean, could you imagine?
I could see someone like having like some minor to wealthy person having an extra pair of shoes or two and just shoving like being a drunkard or a lech or whatever, and or a wastrel, just some sort of wastrel with money, and putting dirty clothing on top of your spare shoes or your work boots or whatever, your riding boots, and then going to dig them out a couple of weeks later and there being a nest of mice in there because you piled up some dirty clothes on top of.
No. I mean, we know this, but I just still find it funny. Is that was some of the science back in the day.
Superstitious.
Please tell me how we know tell me about the strange science that lets us know that the Earth is banana shaped. Remember that from Monty Python's Quest for the Holy Grail?
No, I don't remember that scene.
Or how we can improve, or how we can employ sheep splatters to stop earthquakes.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure if anybody did it, would be the Scottish.
I can see it.
I can see it. What you got going on there, Shadow? You look like you want to show us something.
Oh no, I'm just holding it because I need it to dry. I'm gluing this piece together, and I don't want to touch the gluey parts. And
That's
I'm trying
a good
to,
policy.
and I'm using gravity to help pull the piece into the location because it's such a weird glue thing. I didn't actually follow the instructions, which was to glue the legs to the base and then glue the body to the legs, and instead I just glued the legs to the body and then had to feed this tail into the backside. It's just like because in all their infinite wisdom, Archon Studios decided to put all their freaking instructions digitally only now because of their silly rules about printed material and shipping overseas and blah 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 blah.
Well, you laugh at that, but a lot of it has to do with tariffs. So I understand where it comes from.
Right,
so,
but there shouldn't be such ridiculousness. If you buy something and it needs instructions, you put them in the freaking thing and you ship it off. And if your country or government or whatever the frick is trying to make an extra freaking buck off that crap, you've got bigger problems.
I'd prefer they were only doing like, cause I'm pretty sure you guys are the same, but before the First World War, I think maybe it was the Second World War, we didn't have income tax or property tax or anything like
Mhm.
that. It was just like,
give me tariffs any day of the week. Give me tariffs any day of the week, even though I know that, because we completely deindustrialized the West, and now they're freaking out because they can't build anything. And if you care about national defense, you have to have a strong industry. You have to have a strong economy. But
yeah.
TCG, I'm not sure what that means. I understand the sentence, but I don't know how much 1,100 words is. Like, how many pages is that?
It's about 1 to 2 pages.
No, 250 words is about a page.
It depends if it's
Okay,
handwritten.
So a little over 4 pages. That's if that's your introduction to, and including what is a role playing game. You need to pare that down, if not rip that fucking chapter out of the book.
Yeah. Well, it just depends on the font size. I was thinking he was going.
But if it's just chapter 1, making a character, or chapter 1, this is my world.
Oh, he was wanting to jump in on our writing thing. We were talking Wednesday.
Is that what you're talking about? Because he's also writing an RPG.
Yeah.
If that's what you're doing, awesome.
Yeah. No pressure, bro. Like
Yeah,
you don't
do
have to
whatever
get
you-
in on.
Yeah,
on-
it's a
the only people that have pressure on participating on that is me and Shadow. That's why because I like bugging Shadow.
yeah, and
And I kind of getting tired of he's immortal and a gay producer of porn.
yeah,
Like I'll still make those jokes, but
no, but it was weird. Now seeing what I did, and I've got like a week to go. I'm like, well, shit, I don't even have to do anything until like, you know, uh, week 5.5 before I actually have to write my freaking next short story. I'm like,
Yeah,
well,
but you
coming
know
up with a
something? That's-
concept and
But that was the thing that they talk about with pulp writing, is it forced you to write very quickly, and
Yeah.
you know, instead of like all these people that write and then they, you know, they go back over and over and over again. The pulp writers are like, I don't have time for this crap. It needs to be good the first time, and it forces
Awesome,
you to
TCG.
write very quickly. So yeah,
awesome. I'm actually looking forward to reading it. I got to thank you too, because yesterday I literally listened to nothing, in the way of YouTube or whatever, for that whole solid, I think I listened to something during dinner, but for the most part, I just like, and it was so weird how the time just like not only flew by, but at the same time, it was like slower at the same time. I was just so in the focused on the one thing, and yeah, I definitely think I'm going to be doing more of that. I just
well, all we're telling you is don't stop just because, like, oh, I can coast. Like, no,
I was totally joking.
Yeah.
there is you could use a little like more structure to the story, but
considering it's the first thing I've written that I've ever
Yeah,
showed
although
another
that's-
human being. I'm good with that.
yeah.
I already told you prior. I know my shortcomings. My attendance in actual English class was non-existent.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Like, we'll do the next story, then we'll circle back to this one and do some editing and polishing.
Well, I've already. I'm about halfway through fixing. Everything that's underlined in red or blue.
I didn't see any of that.
Well, on my end, it's there. Like anytime there's an apostrophe.
The automated.
Yeah.
And I was really
automated,
actually, I was really amazed because some of the mistakes, it knew exactly what the right answer was, and it was more than I expected it to know.
Its syllabus, its word library is not the best, right? Like one of the jokes in writing is how Google search engine has a larger understanding of Google Docs.
Mhm.
Like you think they would have the same library for both programs, but
Well, there was one instance where I had written something and there needed to be a word in between the two words, like the or something, something really,
sometimes it will suggest that and it's not actually needed. It's just like
no, this was definitely needed, and I was going to do it myself. And as soon as I just clicked on it, I'm like, oh, you know exactly what mistake I made. This is going to be helpful.
So, I mean, I was listening to Stephen Glicker talk about him using Grammarly. He said, do you know how much time that it saves him when he's finished with his book? It's just to correct a lot of that.
Right, but for me, I don't want to use anything like that because then I won't learn.
Well, right. But he's using it as an editor for his RPG books. And he brings out, what does he do? He brings out like one every 6 months or something like that. Yeah. And, well, I mean, I like to listen to him because, he is a published author that does his Kickstarters, does fairly well.
Sure. No, but for my learning process, it's going to be better if I learn kind of the hard way so that I don't forget it, as opposed to get lazy and let it just, it'll fix it. Hey, what's up?
Well, it's not that automatic. Hey, Mage's Musing.
No, but I am learning as I'm, going along. Hey, Raven, we were just talking about you. Nothing.
So my son, I got him IEW, and I got him
IEW.
Yeah, the It's the
Get action here, Raven. What are you doing?
the Institute for Excellence in Writing,
Oh,
and that's what he does for his homeschool. And his writing is really good, and I've been surprised about. But they also have one that's called, what is it? It's the grammar one. Basically, where you go and you correct the sentences. And I bought him for those. I mean, hell, he was correcting my grammar all over the place, and I didn't even learn that. See that as a kid. And
Yeah, I was awful in certain classes in high
so
school.
was I.
And,
yeah, but a lot of it is that you don't care because you don't see any value of it at the time.
well,
You know?
to be honest, I literally walked out of my English class because I told the teacher there were no cute girls in the class, and I never came back. And shortly thereafter, I got transferred to a new school for getting into a fight. High school was not a place to learn.
And that's why, that's the way I feel about a lot of things about that. So,
In retrospect, I shouldn't have been such a meathead, but my assumed career was like a given, and I wasn't going to need any of that crap. And life does that; it kicks you in the balls as soon as you say shit like that.
So everyone talks about that. I years ago, and this must have been about 30 years ago. I was talking to a guy, and he was going through school, and he says, "I don't have to learn all this math and crap. I'm going to be working with my hands." And he said, wait. So he was like trigonometry and stuff like that. He says, "I don't need to learn all this." Well, he got a job as a machinist, and he had to do the fabrication of things. And all of a sudden, he said he's sitting there in the middle of the night with his trig book opened up and his geometry, trying to figure out what sine and cosine is, and trying to figure out all the angles and things. He's like, "Son of a bitch!" He says, "I could have learned this in school," and that was my view on it. Is you can either learn it in school or you can learn it in the real world. It's all up to you.
Well, I think the big problem with school is that it does its best to not tell you the relations to the real world things by over academicizing or whatever, make the word up.
Yeah, it's all rote
Yeah.
sort of education when it should really be a lot of the
Practical.
why you're going to need this, how you're going to use this.
Well,
And that's the importance of like things like shop and home ec.
right.
And of course, those are the
Math.
things that the practical exercise of the things you're learning academically.
So I mean, I was talking to a guy. He was taking physics with. He was taking college level physics with us, so calculus and everything else. And he decided to go to a cooking. I don't know if it was class or school. And he said the instructor just left him. He's like, "Oh, I'm making this for twice as many people or something." So he just did the simple math and multiplying the fractions out. They're like, "You're going to be a great chef." He's like, "I'm just taking this class just to,
It's funny. Some of the stuff you find that you're actually going to need. When I was in high school, I thought I was going to do one thing, and all the classes that I skipped out on, or I half-assed, or what have you, are all the ones I need right here, right now.
But you know what though this is where people forget about role-playing games. Role-playing games encourage me to learn economics and study history and do math and do all this other stuff. And when people talk about high Gygaxian, I was like, look, that forced me to actually improve my vocabulary.
Mm-hmm.
And now,
well, reading and things like that were never for me an issue. It was always like math and English, where there were specific rules about doing this or doing that. Whereas like history, which I should have taken to like a fish, I couldn't, because literally 4 years of high school history, it was the same class. You started this book at the beginning, and you're going to repeat what you just did the last 3 years and read the whole book again and it's never going to go. It's going to stop right before World War II, and it's going to start. Somewhere. Bronze Age ish. And just give you a bunch of generalities, and never go in depth into any one area. And sure enough, stop before you were right before you were born ish. I was born in the '60s, but it sure would have been nice if we had maybe had a class that actually started in the '40s and went up to the modern times, which you would think that would be the most relevant part of history for most people on average. But
Well,
that was one
and
area
most
that they
of the times, if
avoided.
you're going to start history, keep moving forward. Stop going back and restarting from whatever. And there's that. But at the end of the day, though, the interesting things. I don't know. Did you ever watch The Real West on History Channel when they had it?
No.
Well,
But
I mean,
that's
Shadow would
probably
love to
something we
watch The
should look
Real.
into.
But you'd probably love The Real West.
Sure.
Because what did they tell you about? They told you about the brothels and all the other cool stuff that was out there that they don't put in books because people would be offended by it. Or it's like, oh, okay. It's like, oh, and so-and-so was shot because of this reason. And it was, for this. And it's like, all right.
Real quick, Sean, we only read one piece of Shakespeare from kindergarten to high school. And of course, that was Romeo and Juliet. And we read it. I probably read that story no less than 6 times in 13 grades, K through 12th grade.
Hey, Jennifer.
It never touched anything else. Again, I've got complete works of Shakespeare.
You're not muted, now.
Where is it? Isn't it here? There's Sherlock Holmes, Edgar Allan Poe. But I've got a 2-book set of Shakespeare, and I didn't own that until after college because it just wasn't a thing. We read Great Expectations 4 freaking times.
Shakespeare is best not read. Most of his plays are on YouTube, professionally done at the Globe.
Well, they were plays, and yet
that's why I say is best. If you really want to enjoy Shakespeare, the Globe does actually broadcast some of their performances. So you can watch them all, and they're really enjoyable.
But see, that's the other thing is in high school, what they meant by reading Shakespeare is there would be the parts would be handed out to members of the class, and they would read it, their part in order, and the rest of the class just sat there like freaking idiots.
Yeah,
having no part in it. It's like, no, you should have us all just go home and freaking read the play and then come back and give you a report on it if you want us to learn it. Otherwise, you got people, drawing or passing notes or doing anything because they know they don't have to do anything. It's those guys who got chose, and those guys who got chosen were the people who raised their hand saying, I want to read this. Well, you should have carted their asses off to drama class right then and there and said, okay, you're in drama class this period. The rest of these kids need to actually catch up.
We got 100 comments, and the 99th one is by... Yeah, okay, that's the one I'm talking about. Yes, it is definitely important that you have somebody that knows what they're reading, because most of Shakespeare's plays are comedies, and if people aren't putting inflection on the humorous points...
because they're I was one of the few people, there's a very funny line, I can't quote it, in Shakespeare where the guy gets stabbed and he's describing the wound. How it's not quite as wide as a door, and I'm like, this is funny shit. And she's like, what? Don't you get it? You're teaching the freaking class. That line's supposed to be hysterical, because he's it was just how
obviously it's not that wide, because if it was, he wouldn't be talking.
Right.
It's he's saying it's a small cut, right? I think another one you're talking about.
It's just a flesh wound, but it did him in, I believe,
Yeah. Well, a flesh wound will still leak.
But the point is the teacher didn't even know that this is supposed to be funny, and I'm like, don't you get it? You know, and that's not the only time I've had to kind of explain things to a teacher at an early age. But it's just amazing. You would think that should never happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and when it does, you should be like, oh my gosh, I'm bumping you up to the next grade. One, so I never have to, you know, be humiliated by one of my students. But two, you're clearly, beyond what I can teach. But no.
What's the one? I really liked it too. It was about like a princess, and she falls in love with a guy, but he's a commoner, and then she is disenfranchised, so she ends up being more poor than him. It's the one where all the world's a stage comes from.
Sean, you want to help us out with this one?
Fuck. Or
I'm
at least
still trying to find
Google Foo what play all the world's a stage comes from, and then tell us.
No, that's. I know I have it, and it should be right here in the studio, and it's not. That's kind of weird.
As you like it.
That's what I thought. I was just going to look it up. My favorite is actually The Merchant of Venice, but that's really weird. I could have sworn I got it in here. I'll find it tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the school system has been in dire straits in my entire life.
Well, it's run by a bunch of
joke here.
It's run by a bunch of mechanistic ataraxics, fucking bureaucrats, right? That actually have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Like most school teachers read at a grade 4 level.
That's not even remotely surprising.
Yeah, but they just go through the fucking motions.
True. Lately I've become a big fan of quotes by Mark Twain.
Mm-hmm. Jack in All You Like It is, or as All You Like It is the sidekick to the main male protagonist, if I remember correctly. I gotta watch that again. It was really good.
Yeah, I'm trying.
It's about like I really like the ethic from that whole, because that's only like one line in the speech, and the speech is all about how life is broken up into 7 parts, right? Being a newborn babe, and then at the end, death.
Sure.
And the 5 steps in between. I actually thought that part of the speech would be a good mechanic to create a character creating mechanism in a role playing game for.
I can see that.
Yeah, the first 6 parts being like,
yeah, well, yeah, you don't want to.
The 7th one, you're already.
You don't want to make a dead character.
There are enough traveler jokes in the world already.
Right.
You can generate a dead character.
There's a little pronunciation tip for you.
Jake Quees, I don't fucking care.
There is.
I think he was French. Jacques.
Well, why do that? Why do you have 2 people in one story with the same name? That's just, especially if it's in written form.
It's a comedy. It's a comedy. It's specifically like to confuse you as a joke.
Okay.
Because most of Shakespeare's work is comedic.
Right.
My mouse just died. I'm gonna go unplug it for a second.
Go back and ask William. Yeah. If I get a time machine there, Sean, I don't think I'm going to be going that far back. Just saying. Well, that or I'm going to go way past there. To the beginning and hunt me some dinosaurs.
I don't know. Depends on how many times I can use the thing.
Right.
I might go back and watch a play in in real life, and heckle it the whole time. Just like yell out, go to the premiere night of some fucking very popular Shakespeare night, and just yell out the next line of every scene. This is so predictable. He's about to kill his father.
That would be jacked up, dude. That'd be jacked up. Yeah, I don't want to get stabbed. No thanks. Not fun.
I'd be just like a 21st century guy just sitting there. Some people are like, who the fuck is that guy? The whole time. He's like, walk out of the plane, just like, God. Or go up to Shakespeare with like a copy of the collective works of Shakespeare. Hey, bro, can you sign this for me?
You'd have to get a really old copy for it to be,
No. The most newest, modern, like cheap paperback, mass-produced crap.
That would be. Well, I mean, unless you get you'd have to bring a Polaroid camera with you.
No, it's not for sale, man. It's just for the joke.
No,
I'm back in time to fuck with Shakespeare.
Just so you can at least tell your kid or somebody's like, yeah, obviously you're not going to make a dime off it because they're going to think you're a fraud. But then again, if you're there, you could maybe always get, what do they call those things? When you go somewhere and you get the little brochure.
Yeah.
And then get them autograph that. And then you're talking money.
Yeah. It was like the
Hold on, I gotta highlight that comment. That's maybe that's the word I was looking for, Sean. Shut up. Why are you barking?
Yeah. Definitely.
So you got any plans for the weekend, man?
Your game if nothing comes up, and I'm gonna work on my short story some more. Maybe eat some barbecue. We got some thick ass steaks in the freezer.
Nice. It's been like a year since I've had a steak.
Yeah.
Prices here are crazy. I'm actually in
Yeah, grab the original copy of the script and run. That would be definitely.
I'm in like 3 or 4 games this weekend, believe it or not. I'm not sure if there's 2 on Sunday, if it's a playtest weekend or not, but otherwise I've got a Friday, Saturday, Sunday game. And
Bo's game, your game,
and OG's game on Saturday
OG
with Cal and Grandma, Mike and Jen Dimart from Married with Gaming. Again, if you haven't subscribed to Mike and Jen, go go over there and subscribe to them with Married with Gaming, because I want to see them to put out more videos.
Mhm.
The last one they did was kind of not their best, but I know they've got it in them, and a little how you do. I think it's warranted. I'm going to talk to them, light a fire under their ass, and get them to put out a few more videos. And Grandma's doing another freaking video at midnight. Like, I
Well,
get
that's
it.
what she
She's
wants
at
to do.
work, and she can sneak in a 10-minute video while she's on the clock. Awesome, but I won't get to see it until like the next day, and it's a live thing too. I'm like, you're doing a 10-minute live stream.
Well, it does stay up as like archived video footage, but yeah, you might as well just pre-record it and upload it when you get home.
Right, Sean. It's pretty freaking late. I mean, I thought she actually worked days, but I guess she's doing nights now, which is really weird. But she's been putting out some cool videos talking about the old stuff, and it was just like that is such an odd thing,
So, Sean, why don't you just hop into the freaking show? Like, we obviously don't care if you turn your camera on.
Yeah, it's the links in my general tab at the top. I forgot to make show links channel in Discord. You want to pop in? Feel free, man.
Yeah. We are moving away from putting links in chat generally. I've had some fucked up
issues. Yeah. Which is weird because knock on wood, we've been actually pretty lucky for the better part of a month and a half, maybe, I want to say.
Yeah. It's been a good while since
I think Grandma laid the smack down on them pretty nicely. And since then, how do you come back from that? Mind you, she's got several different belts and several different martial arts, but still, you get beat up by a grandma and it's kind of all over for you.
Yeah. But okay.
Your mountain time.
What's the time difference from
George?
Time?
Just to refresh my memory, did I meet you over on Bear's channel? Because I think I did. If I got you confused with someone else, I want to make sure I clear that up in my head.
Yeah. I don't know.
I haven't seen hide nor hair of him in forever.
Yeah, ever since the 9th of last month.
You got it ingrained in your head, huh? The only thing I see now is his live plays, and to be honest, I never watch live plays.
Sometimes it depends. Hey, there you are.
Very few. It's not indicative of a real game, in my opinion.
Sometimes it can be, but
welcome to the show, Sean. How you doing, man?
Yeah. I'm good. How's my audio? My mic's been acting up.
It's fine.
Better than Omenos.
You beat me to it, man. Yeah.
Funny you're talking Shakespeare. I'm wearing a Shakespeare shirt. Macbeth. Something wicked this way comes.
Imagine that.
Pure coincidence.
You ever been in a Shakespeare performance, like
a couple? Yeah,
professionally.
Professionally, no. Most of my theater work is amateur or local.
Oh, that's more professional than most people.
Maybe. I have been paid, so I guess that's technically professional. But
yeah,
absolutely. As soon as that's what I'm telling Jack. He did some work on the Arduin map at 14, and he gets to put that down on his freaking resume, since he's going to go into other fields of work, right off the bat. He's still going to have that all the way back. He can go, hey, look, since then, it's not like I didn't do any similar stuff, but man's got to eat. So And that Kickstarter starts just a couple of 10 days, but I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah. So what's been up with you, Sean?
I've been busy. I mean, not only am I behind on my show, as always, I was taking a class at U of T, which is eating up my time with assignments and stuff. So yeah, but that ends on Thursday. We had our penultimate class today, and then I'll have more time. I'll catch up on some videos and try to enjoy my summer.
What was the class about?
It's Introduction to Novel Writing.
Oh, so
what?
novel writing.
Imagine that.
Yeah.
That was sort of it's a largely remedial. That before I found my way into the entertainment industry, that was sort of my path. And I was like, you know what, I want to take the class, sort of reignite the pilot light and get my head back in a space of writing prose instead of scripts and stuff like that. So
How often do they do that class?
I think it's a couple times a year because there's multiple teachers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hello.
I should look into that.
Yeah, any class they
doing
take are going to
some,
have to be online.
Yeah.
Well, this one has both. I chose the in-person one because I wanted an excuse to get out and go and interact with people.
That's
but
just
they do have
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they do have an online option. So
yeah. I don't know your senior age, but if you're over 65, I think they offer their classes there for free. I think it's them or
I'm not there yet.
Yeah,
I got the hair
it's
for it,
either-
but I still have this youthful facade.
Yeah. Well, I gathered that, but that's why I made the your senior age joke. But yeah, it's either them or the other university we've got here. That's name is escaping me.
You mean Ryerson?
Ryerson.
They're no longer Ryerson. But,
Yeah, I know they changed it to something else, but I don't fucking give a shit. They changed it because of wokeness or whatever.
yes, because apparently Ryerson was problematic in his day. He said something racist at one point 200 years ago.
When it wasn't considered racist.
Yeah. Or it was, but nobody cared.
Yeah.
That's
Whatever.
Yeah. I wouldn't last a week on a campus here.
Well, yeah, but the campus there is Berkeley, so
Well, no,
which
even
is
like
probably more right wing than the Toronto campus.
any of the local community colleges or anything like that. Same thing, I'm going to be surrounded by blue-haired freaks, and they're going to take a look at me and think I'm just an old school blue-haired freak, and I'm going to be like, not even close, folks.
I don't know.
You need to take a class that specifically studies Solomon Kane and go in dressed for the part, go in cosplay with your hat and.
Those hats are freaking crazy expensive.
I sent you into one that wasn't expensive, like when we first met.
I'm trying to remember that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
The most of the ones that I've been looking at were, I don't want something cheap and crappy, but I don't want to, pay $200 for a hat that I'm going to wear, very infrequently. I was looking for a U.S. Army captain's hat from WW2 to wear on the game I'm in. There you go. Nice.
This was $60. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's shipped right from Italy.
That works.
Yeah.
That works. The one I was looking at, I'm pretty sure was like, leather and blah, blah, blah. And everything else was, like felt or some cheesy crap, pleather.
Felt is the normal material. That would be felt.
Well, this one is wool.
Wool? Yeah, which is a type of, like, felt is made out of wool.
Oh, my mistake. Yeah. Fine felt hat, 100% wool. So,
yeah.
Waterproof and crushable. Perfect. I actually bought it specifically for the stream. I was doing Bear the Heroic stream, so I'd have the hat. But but I'm like, now I want to go out into the world with it, bring back the style.
I also can't really do hats during the summertime.
Yeah,
black hat on a guy
especially
like
a
me.
wool hat.
Yeah, 100-degree weather. No, I will. I literally, I will look like that character from Beetlejuice. My head will be like this big. You know.
Trust me, the leather hat will be worse than the wool one.
No. I like I said, I during the winter and fall here, no problem. But otherwise, it's just not gonna happen. And
I don't know. People
which is
used to
weird
wear
because
them all the
Jackie's
time.
got. I mean, Jackie's got a hat collection that rivals Elton John's sunglass collection, and he will. He's literally worn a top hat to school, riding his bike. It's the freaking funniest thing you've ever seen. Long coat, top hat, tie, the whole bit. You know, and I'm just like, you know, you're never gonna land a girl dressing like that here in California. He's like, oh, that's okay because I wouldn't date a California girl anyways. And I'm like,
I don't know. There's probably subcultures out there that would like that, even in California.
not here. It's a very, it's either a very rap oriented culture for the kids or very sports oriented. So they all look like him, like at him, like he's fucking crazy. Except when he wears the uniform, and then they stay the hell out of his way because then he looks like freaking, you know, Baron Trump. He's freaking huge compared to the other kids. Not, you know, he's still shorter than me, and I'm 5'10". But you put the combat boots on and the jacket and everything, and I swear all these kids are made out of freaking tissue paper. It's just.
So, Sean, what did you learn in your writing class?
I learned that even modern adults are illiterate.
Yes, I could tell you that. Being one of those people.
I mean, strictly speaking, it's not true, but there was a lot of people had a couple of them in class had some trouble cold reading stuff, and I was like, ooh, you know, so it's like, and they're there to learn to write a novel. They need to. There's some people who needed some remedial English, I guess. I don't want to speak ill of them. They're all great people, but I was a little surprised.
I was thinking more on the subject matter, but
So how long you been in the class?
7 weeks. One more week.
So you kind of got to know some of them, right?
A little bit, yeah.
What do you think the demographic would be on the style of writing that's the most popular in the class? Like what genre?
Most of them are going for something literary, something introspective. That's actually why I went as well. Although, ironically, for my final assignment, even though I wasn't going to do it, I'm going to turn in a fantasy piece. I have no clue what I want to write that's more introspective or literary. So, and everything I'm doing now is basically kind of sort of to promote or tied to my channel. So I'm thinking of a new series of videos. So I'll use my final assignment to do that. But yeah, most people there, a couple are going for horror. One guy wants to be the next Stephen King.
yeah. Stephen King's secret is he's prolific.
Prolific.
That's the word I'm looking for.
That's the word.
My tongue. No.
Yeah, he just churns that shit out.
Yeah. And he has no reservations. Like most people don't have the ability to shut off a filter as well as that guy can.
He's hit.
I would have thought that it would have been just the opposite, to be honest. That's what I was kind of expecting is, you know, more horror or mystery or
Honestly. No,
well, we just had a workshop. Sorry, go on.
You'd be surprised how many people write like bog standard slice of life crap and just put it in a drawer and it never, well, you know the statistics with writing. Most people,
right. Well, we
never
just did. We're in class 1, which is workshop, so we put up into groups, and 2 of them did thrillers, right? So, yeah, Tale of Onion Buns. People want to know about onion buns. And then that may actually happen is something I'm working on for my show specifically, sort of an extension of the recaps where I'm going to write actual prose short stories and then do them audiobook style, sort of a podcast thing. So we'll see. So Onion Buns, one of Onion Buns' adventures might end up in there.
Yeah. If you're looking to make a Quick buck, you can do pretty good at
Audiobooks.
narration. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
I know. A friend of mine's a voice actress, and she was saying the same thing. So she's going to
And-
send me some details.
Yeah, did you read the comment I sent you earlier, Justin?
about the automated one having that crappy voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to fix that. I have another YouTube channel where I write short fiction, usually using AI, and have it narrated by the computer.
Yeah. Can you get a
Um,
different voice? Because that guy, that AI sound is just, it doesn't really.
I switched the voice in Clipchamp near
Okay.
the more recent stories I have.
Yeah,
but
because it just wasn't. Uh,
it's still going to be monotone because the program is free.
right, that's what you get. No, I was just,
Yeah.
hoping to find something a little more appropriate, I guess.
Mhm.
It takes a lot away from it when it's when like, for example, when I picture the guy, even though he doesn't exist, that's narrating, what that person would look like and be like. I don't picture it having any relationship to the story.
Mhm.
If I were to get a voice actor for the story I'm writing, it would definitely have to probably be someone with a southern accent.
Yeah, maybe.
Just I don't know who, but I would want those little inflections, those little details to come through, and and like the one story I read about the three guys in like, what was it? It was like your second story.
Oh yeah. The savage guys, and I can't remember.
Yeah. Like Tarzan, Conan, dinosaur era. I was picturing wanting to hear someone a lot gruffer, sort of a gravelly, slow voice, as opposed to, some 20-something-year-old kid, who is neither of the characters.
Yeah, I should go back to that story and rewrite it. It's kind of
Well, the only problem I had with it was the first scene when they fell into the cave and they're surrounded by the critters. I was like, oh, awesome combat, and then they're out.
it ends too abruptly.
It's like, what
Yeah.
this shit? I want to hear that. I want to hear the swings, the
Yeah.
blows, the crunch, the blood gouting, all that,
Yeah, well, unlike this educated motherfucker down here, I'm self-taught. Okay. Oh, and poking at information online to improve things is the best I'm doing at the moment.
Yeah. You know what? I think I think within the group we all hang out with, we're looking at the potential verge of a almost a new era and a new angle of what we do.
I'm entering a new era of arthritis and depends. Not my favorite thought.
Mm.
There is that, but
I'm peeing a lot lately.
We've got a lot of talent. We've got, maybe it's because of the experience on YouTube. Just a second, but I can't help noticing that we're surrounded by some pretty talented folks out there. If everybody keeps at it and keeps doing the things, I'm a big fan of the new wave of sci-fi. Starting in the '60s through late '70s. All those guys, just like Robert E. Howard and H.P. Lovecraft's group, we could be looking at a whole new circle of literary giants if everybody actually puts their damn nose to the grindstone and follows through.
Go.
You lost me at hard work. Nose to the grindstone. Fuck that. I'm getting old. It's retirement age.
Well, it is writing. It's the kind of hard work you do while sitting.
In theory, it's kind of hard work I might enjoy.
Well, not only that, you know, from my perspective, growing up, it was always every intelligent guy's dream to spend his retirement actually writing, the quote unquote great American novel, or at least a novel that they'd be proud
There's
of.
no such fucking thing as the great American novel.
I knew you were going to say that.
Justin and I are Canadian.
Yeah.
But you guys know what I mean. That novel that you could spend your golden years being proud of, working on, and doing the work and seeing it to print.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then die 3 days later because you're fucking old.
Well, that's one
I mean,
of the
unless you got a
things
Lambo you want to twist in half around a lamppost, what else is there?
Not yet.
that,
How do you think you can
I
earn?
want to
money
live
for
long
it?
enough to see if I'm going
you don't earn money from writing, bro. That's a myth.
Yeah, there is no money in writing. That's actually true.
Unless you manage to be that freak that sells in the top 1%, you're not making money. The people who make money at writing are the people who don't spend a lifetime trying to make the great American novel. They're the people who pump something out every month.
I don't know. I mean, because out of everybody we know, there's got to be one of us that's got what it takes.
It's not going to be you. It's not going to be me, and it's not going to be this commie shirt wearing motherfucker down here.
Commie shirt. This is Macbeth.
Yeah. When the text is below the
Scottish
line,
Highlander,
it's just
motherfucker.
red. When the text is below the camera line, it's just red. Yeah, okay. Now it's a Shakespeare shirt.
I don't know. I have more.
Like half my shirts are red, so I get to make these jokes.
I don't know. I think one of us has got what it takes. I don't know who, but I know that if you don't try, you automatically fail, and if you do try, you could at least get halfway there. And today with self-publishing, you don't have to get anybody's permission. You just come up with the money, put it out there.
What money? You don't even need to come up with money. If you do it yourself, you just
I would
You
what
really
I would-
want to hire an editor who knows what they're doing.
editor and maybe a cover artist, but
Well, I was actually thinking not just those things, but also a little self-promotion. You buy
self-promotion.
you buy 100 copies of your own book and you hand them out.
Yeah, well, you can do that. Or the AdSense program, but it's better to get it up there, and you, me, Sean here, we have an advantage over this. We're in a circle with like vast self-promoting capabilities, right?
Mhm.
That's one of the things they tell people who go into self-publishing is start a YouTube channel, start talking about your book.
Exactly.
Do a better job than Seth Sarkowski. Guy remembers to mention his book once every 3 years, and he created that channel for the express purpose of promoting his book.
Mhm. Mhm.
Uh,
Well, I've seen other folks as well out there, do pretty well, and
yeah.
I just don't see it being impossible.
It's nothing's
Not impossible, no, for sure. But it is, as you say, it's not something anybody can do. I mean, I've struggled with this. I've edited books. I've been hired to freelance edit books, and mainly for a guy who self-publishes. And oh my god, he puts his shit out there. It's garbage. He's absolute garbage, and he's the standard. He is the typical person who self-publishes, where his stuff is gold on the first draft, and he's just hiring an editor to tell him how great he is. He's not planning on changing anything.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I had a friend of mine who paid an editor, and she went through her first 3 chapters, and she said she hated the editor so much because everything the editor said was right. And she said, I had to go back and rewrite those first chapters, and then that affected the rest of her book. But she's like, she nailed it. Said, yeah, she's absolutely right on storytelling and everything else. And that's the point of if you're really going to do it, it's not an ego thing. Then you have to, you have to take constructive criticism.
You have to shut down and just accept it. Mm-hmm.
Well, the good thing about our little circle is hopefully we could help each other point out. Well, I don't know if you two are into that, but Shadow and I, we could help each other point out.
Yeah, because you don't
story
want to
flaws.
you don't want to have it set in your head that every word is gold, and then you go do everything, and then it goes to print somehow, and everybody just tosses it in the garbage can.
Yeah.
Well, like I was talking with my mother, who is self-published, and it was it's a little children's book. It's kind of for an ego. She doesn't expect to make any money or anything. It's like, oh, okay. But,
She went through a vanity press though.
well, that's my point. Is that she understands that. When she self-publishes, she's not expected to make money off of it, and it's like, oh, okay. If my mother sells 120 books, she makes a profit. Is her view on it. It's like, oh, okay. And apparently, I don't know, she sold like 50 or 60 to her friends and stuff. And people are like, oh, we'll buy this because, if it's cheap,
You'll get
people will
friends
buy
with
it.
support. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. And the more that you get, it's like, well, I'll buy 5 books and give them away, to the grandchildren. And so it starts becoming that way. And it's like, all right.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Justin says, is the more books that you do, the more people like, well, I kind of like what this person does. Let me get more. It feeds itself over time.
And especially like, okay, you've released your first book like on Amazon, but then when you release your second book, you definitely put that page at the end that says, check out my other book. Or like they used to always do that in like Ace Books or whatever. There would be that one page at the end.
Yeah, 100% other works when you finish multiple.
Oh, the Tarzan one's like, well, how many Tarzan are there? And they're like 26 or something like that. Like, oh, well, what's the next one in the series? You look at that one. Because I started off with like Tarzan #1, and I think I went through all of the books. I mean,
I don't think Amazon allows you to do it directly on your sales page.
But okay.
It's like weird the way, because Amazon has presentation rules, right? But
okay.
Most of the stuff, like when you set up your KDP account, it's automated. They just automatically create that page. Most of it's just checklists and guesses at what's closest to your categories and stuff like that, right? But yeah, there are some things you can add in there for optimization and stuff like that. They're A+ program or whatever they call it.
Well, notice that some people, boy, once they get right and they write, because like I says, I've been looking through, Adventure Conquer King's system, and considering how many pages he's probably put out, you're looking at 2,000 pages are written along with, and you have to play test a lot of this stuff too and test things out. And I was like, wow, that's a lot of work.
Yeah. If you're doing, sorry, I had to check a message. You're doing a role-playing game, yeah, you definitely have to. And Shadow wants to do a shared universe for a not Firefly thing, so we definitely got to like be consistent with the rules for that, with everyone who wants to jump in on that.
Well, the great thing about space is you can separate certain things over, and then people, and actually I did this sometimes with players. I would tell players like, okay, we're creating a world. You can pick a city and I'll let you build your city up but I have final veto authority and I can do stuff. But man, it actually encourages players to start filling out stuff. So it's less work for me.
Yeah. Well, I used to have Space Engine when it was free, and I should get that again. They used the guy that created that used the term Selena for worlds that were like Mars. There would be cold, temperate, and hot ones, and from what I understood in that is most worlds out there are like that, variations on between Hoth and
Tatooine.
Love all sci-fi planets have basically one geography. It's like,
it's all desert. it turns out in reality, most worlds would be between Hoth and Tatooine.
Well, I'm going to bring up the other part too. Is when you switch locations, it makes it very easy to suddenly say, like when you're on Hoth, you knew it's Hoth. When you're on Tatooine, it's on Tatooine. So from a storytelling point of
Oh
perspective,
yeah, for sure.
it's
But
just
it's funny when you think about it. You know,
Yeah.
habitable planets should have a bit of a mix.
Well, I see I think you're missing what Justin was saying is most worlds, not most habitable worlds, but most worlds.
Right,
Hoth-
most worlds. But the stories
Yeah.
take place on habitable worlds generally.
But are
Yes.
they? They have atmospheres. Are they indigenously habitable?
Hoth is habitable.
Yeah, it has.
There
it
are
has
creatures living there.
Lower.
It's habitable. Tatooine
Yeah.
was a water planet in the history before it dried out. So
That's in the expanded universe.
yeah.
Right. I think
But, yeah.
most people are
Now, it's
going
canon
to
now. They mentioned it in Boba Fett. So
most games.
I don't consider anything
Most
after.
worlds are probably going to be what are in
Return of
that
the Jedi.
Goldilocks zone. Would you think? Most
It depends on what you're looking at, because let's
Yeah.
take the Expanse for example. Mars is not a Goldilocks zone, and
No.
neither is the Belters. I don't know if you've watched the Expanse,
No,
but
no.
No.
I recommend.
I've
you watch
heard good
Expanse.
things
Yeah,
about it, but I haven't. You know,
But Earth is the one that is truly habitable. But then that also sets apart on how your cultures go, your viewpoints, and see that's the other thing. It's like when you're we're talking about for TV shows, where you are. The audience immediately gets that frame of reference. I am here. I am here. I am here.
Yeah, no.
It makes a big difference.
there's no
But-
doubt for storytelling, it keeps it close.
Yeah.
We're talking writing, so obviously you're going to have setting names for each place. But we also wanted to have that very Western feel. So if everything is like this desert world, that desert world, that desert world, that desert.
Yeah, I mean that's
It would hold the theme of it being
Western.
the Western, like, and anything that has to be made has to, like, the niceties of civilization and habitation have to be made by the people that are there. It's not like the luxury of being in a forest where you can just pick a fruit off a tree, which wasn't the case in most places like Texas. Oh, now you have agriculture out there.
well.
You
See,
know
the
how
problem is
much
that
human labor has to go into that.
what people forget is like they don't think of for Texas, like when most people think of Texas, they think out west.
Yes.
Ignore the fact of Houston and all these other areas that are very wet and swampy and stuff like that. Now,
Yes.
it's hot everywhere you go, but
Well, it is a big ass place, so yeah.
Yeah. Well,
yeah, but
not
I mean,
from a Canadian perspective. It's smaller than our smallest province.
but yeah, it's the but like the High Plains. Okay, that's fine, but that's what a lot of people think of Texas is the High Plains. It's like, well,
Yeah.
that's a very that's one small area out there.
You know that there are works in the High Plains to like put cultivation and stuff in there.
Oh, I
And how
know.
much
Human remember,
labor it takes to set that up.
Well, remember, I work for the Department of Agriculture, so I'm quite familiar on all of that. But yeah, it's
And that's the kind of industry that would be out in the worlds.
well, and a lot of people are fighting over water right now. That's the thing about it. That's the thing with Dune. It's like, oh, okay, and we all talk about Dune, but you have Caladan, which is a water planet, which again, it's. I think the other part is architecture too. When you start talking about this, I think that he did this for, for John Carter. When John Carter of Mars and stuff like that, he tried making sure there was architecture for each civilization that was different. It's which is true. That's the problem I have in certain cases. Everything's starting to become so homogenized. It's like, why do I want to travel if all I'm going to do is America Light 1 and America Light 2, and they speak a slightly different language? I said, it's like when I went to Russia, Russia was Russia. When I went to Cambodia, Cambodia was Cambodia. when I went to Germany and it's got a little bit, they start trying to make everything so homogenized. Like, I don't want homogenized. I want, when I travel, things to be different.
Multiculturalism is the act of destroying diverse cultures.
Yeah, I'm not.
And like this.
Yeah,
where
yeah,
I live, believe it or not.
but I'm just saying whenever we're playing games or anything else, is you want your orcs to have a different architecture, which is one thing that Warhammer I think did a really good job.
Well, they've done that all right. If you haven't seen,
Yeah,
the
but
orcs.
I mean, but Warhammer they did a very good job for that. It's like, oh, okay, the dwarves, the elves, the humans—they're all completely different, which makes it kind of exciting for if you're starting to play a role-playing game of, hey, that's cool. You know,
you shouldn't walk into an alien civilization and not be able to tell the difference immediately, kind of thing. And
you mean you don't want to walk into a Starbucks on an alien world? No.
No.
Well, it depends on what kind of alien world you're talking about, I guess.
Yeah.
Wait. Starbucks is an alien world. I want to go back to normality.
Yeah. And even like, okay, we're having we're doing this as like a space western thing, a very, very Firefly, Cowboy Bebop, Trigun vibe, right? But okay, so it's the Western frontier, but it was settled by the Chinese. You could write that story.
Well, the other part is it makes it a little bit more interesting to do some of it. But even in Firefly, when they went to the inner core world versus the ones in the out, it changed that they dressed differently. The architecture was very different, and it allows you to do the dichotomy, which is one thing that I think that Lovecraft did, and same thing with Howard. Is those two were diametrically opposed in what they viewed as good versus evil. Howard much preferred the savage, and Lovecraft's like, oh no, civilization is safe, and it's very interesting between the two. So they were able to do that. But that was the other part too. Is when they mentioned Egypt, what's the first thing you think of? And he immediately went over to, when he talks about the pyramids, which is what he goes through with what was the Stygians. So the Stygians are Egyptian, basically. The ancient Egyptians. It's like, oh, cool. And we immediately, we pull on those stereotypes to immediately go over like, okay, I can feel like I'm there.
Well, you'll draw on the most iconic imagery. Right?
Yep. And stereotypes don't necessarily mean things that are bad. That's the problem I think that everyone has. It's like, okay, it's like, all right, I can pull from it. And it's, again, I don't mind sometimes when they subvert expectations. The problem is most people do it badly and they do it ham-fistedly. And when you do that, it always comes off as hollow and insincere and just bad. And so,
well, the problem with subversion of expectation, as you say, is that they're trying to do it. They're trying to say, okay, well, they're expecting this, so regardless of whether or not it makes sense, I'm going to go X. I'm going to go in a completely different direction. And yeah, you want to blindside the audience with a subverted expectation, but it's still got to make sense to what came before.
Yes, there's nothing worse. And I'm going to bring up, Game of Thrones, the final one, where they're like, "Oh, Varys just acted stupidly, so they killed him." I mean, you ruined the whole character. The character survived all these different kings, all this other stuff, and then you get him caught in the most simple thing. I was like,
and his death has no meaning. Like, if he's going to go do an about face and die for a cause, then you've got to believe that, okay, this is the one. This is the one he's willing to give his life for. Not a stupid mistake.
Yeah, yes, that's the problem. Is you can't also make the characters just bad. I think that's why I get so.
Game of Thrones. That was the perfect example of them trying to subvert expectations rather than seeing something through. You're better off seeing a predictable line through if it makes sense to what's been established than trying to surprise people with something that doesn't make sense.
But the other part too is you're letting down your audience in certain cases. It's like, well, I'm just going to change things because, but you know what? If you're waiting for that culmination, I want to see that culmination. I don't want to see my hero that's completely emasculated. It's like, What? Well, then why is he even there? What's the point? You know.
What did I miss?
Oh, we're
Talking
we were
about
just-
subverting expectations in a story.
yeah.
Yeah.
What a twist!
What a twist!
What a twist!
I don't mind twists when they make sense. Again,
That's the thing is you have to give the reader the ability to see what's coming, but not hit them
Or
over
you-
the head with it.
Or even if they don't see it coming, go, oh my god, what the hell? Go back and review and
Yeah,
spot the
like
clue.
the clues should have been there, and they should all snap together in their mind when the twist comes along.
Like the
Right.
idea that Daenerys goes psycho and murders everybody, it was seeded.
Yeah.
It was not out of the blue. It was just that they didn't quite give us
They-
the proper lead up from her about face for her about face.
Well, they accelerated it too fast. You could tell that if they had had 2 more seasons to build it
They
up,
could have done it. Yeah,
yeah,
He's
And-
talking
and-
about Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I
So
never
we're
watched
talking
the end
the
of
last
it,
2
by the way.
seasons were just bad, very bad writing.
Well, they
Because-
were no longer working off of.
Well,
Yeah.
that wasn't the problem. Is at that point you can tell they were phoning it in because they were trying to go to Star Wars. That's the problem that I had with it. Is again, it's not that you didn't have necessarily the material to work with because you have the writer there. You can pick his brain. But when you can't hire more writers and then you complain that you have burnout, again, HBO said we'll give you all the resources you want.
Yeah.
And what did they do?
Keep
They
it
said,
going.
yeah, we don't want any of their additional writers. Then they complain about burnout. So, like, why didn't you bring more writers in that could
Yeah.
have fleshed out? I mean, that's what they do with a lot of series.
Even if they weren't, they were only like jobbers, right? Do this episode, then you're gone.
Right. Well,
that
or even say, hey, I want you to write the dialogue for this character in this situation and let him play off. You could have had a writer's room of 10 or 15 writers. They kept themselves to 3 writers. Like, why didn't you get that big room of writers all together to hammer that out?
Well, sometimes that big room can be a detriment to.
Well, you still have to have your lead writer. Don't get me wrong, but my point being is that when you have a bigger thing in there, you can offload certain aspects to it. Hey, we're going to do this. Hey, I want you to figure out what the. Hey, work with it. Work back and forth. You still have to have a head writer.
Mhm.
And-
Yeah, a showrunner does all that. Yeah.
Yeah, showrunner.
so,
Oh,
now of course, Sean there knows a lot more about this than I do. But again,
Yeah.
you always need the leader, but having more people in there doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. And you can still get your junior writers so they get the experience in there as well,
mhm.
which is a big thing that they were fighting over. I think during the writer's strike.
Yeah, George R. R. Martin definitely dropped the ball on writing his books. I don't think he knows where to take it. He had ideas.
he's
Now
stuck.
he keeps adding shit. The thing is, the first 3 books were tight. They were well done and tight. They were properly edited. And suddenly he became big, and book 4 was a sprawling mess. And book 5, well, remember, book 4 and 5 were originally the same book, but the sprawl became too much, so he just divided book 4 into 2 books. But really, book 5 should have been book 4, only even a little tighter.
Yeah, he does that growing cast of character thing where like you start off with a large cast and then they have their multiple connections and their multiple connections and their multiple connections
But
with other people, but he
But
doesn't
this-
know
this
when
is-
to cut off people that aren't relevant anymore.
well, here's the problem that George Martin also has is he became so famous that the
editors won't touch him. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Instead of doing what they should do, which is, hey George, you need to cut these characters, or hey George, put that in a sub book. Like he could say so and so character disappears, and then like, hey George, you can put that character. You can write a book about what that character did over there after you get the main storyline done.
Like David Weber does with his Honor Harrington books. He had a bunch of characters he wanted to write more about, and instead of shoving those storylines into his main series, he's got 4 spin-off series that are ongoing. But
I mean, how many books has George Martin written, except the one that everyone's waiting for him? He's written
Yeah.
what,
Quite a
4 or
few.
5 books.
Yeah, the
Well-
wild cards and
Yeah, Wild Cards is like a series he keeps coming back to every now and then. So he could have written those years ago and just be publishing them now because
Well, the Duncan Egg stuff. There's a lot of things that he's put
Well,
out.
those
to you.
again, those were older
Yeah.
ones that he compiled into an anthology. So he
Yeah.
didn't have to do any work. He just had to authorize somebody else to do the editorial on that.
Well, I'll give you this point. I watched a thing, and it's on YouTube. You can go look for it if you want. Where Martin and King were talking
Yeah,
before
I
an
see
audience.
that.
Yeah, and King just says, "Well, the question is, what
How do you write
when
your
get
books so
stuck?
damn fast?
Well, what do you do when you get stuck?" And King just like, "I just move on to the next thing," and he kind of implies like, "I come back to it when it's not a problem anymore." And Martin's just like a deer in the headlights, like that. You can do that.
Well,
Martin
but I
also
mean-
asks him, "How do you write so fast?" And King's, I just, I get at least 6 pages done a day, and that's it. That's my work.
Yeah.
Well, but
You've got a book.
But I think also Martin doesn't have the impetus anymore. I think that he's burned out because he's tired of writing the same thing about the story. It's like,
No. He literally
They-
cannot jump forward in a story.
Hmm.
That's what that told me anyway. That bender of dialogue is that if he gets stuck on something, he doesn't look for something else to do in the same world.
I think a part
well,
of it is bitterness. He's being stubborn because people are now pestering him, and he's like, "Well, fuck
Yeah.
you."
Well, it's like what was it Rakif or Rashif or what were the King Killer Chronicles guy? You ever read
I was-
those?
But I mean, I just looking at what he's doing because I'm looking at what he's been
Yeah.
doing. He's been writing prequels. He's been doing all this other stuff except the main book, which just tells me is that he's kind of trapped in it. And like you said, he doesn't have a good editor that's willing to stand up and say, "George, get this done." Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is how you do it.
This and this and this. Trim this. Done. Go.
Yeah, the King Killer Chronicles guy, he's very very like alliterative. He's like every word is perfect, and he wrote his first 2 books and then a short story, and that was like 20 years ago. And there's a third one that's supposed to be like finished, and he's just
What is he
Yeah.
taking tips from Boston
Yeah, and it's like
band?
yeah. And honestly, the King Killer Chronicle books are worlds better than Game of Thrones, and smaller cast too. So you don't have to,
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of books of great quality out there, but
you know.
quality isn't necessarily a measure of whether it's going to become popular.
Well, it's pretty popular in the modern fantasy circles. Surprised none of you. Well, I understand why Shadow hasn't read anything. He hasn't read anything since 1832.
What are you talking about? I read every day.
No, anything new.
Oh,
But that's the other part. too,
well,
is-
I'm reading. Right now, I'm stuck in Vengeance Satanis' fucking giant brick of a chalk book. It's good. Freaking heavy.
Oh man, I think I'm going to tap out. It's
Yeah.
11:50 and I'm
See you
tired.
later.
No worries.
Party
We're going to
on.
wrap this up in a little bit. We'll probably go to the top of the hour. But it was good
Yeah.
seeing you again, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be on a little more. Things are with the class ending. Things are easing up. So I know the old geek. I
Wait.
missed his show for quite a while, and it's like, I got to get back on that too.
Anytime you want in, you know where the link will be.
I expect a small seminar series on your channel about writing. That way you can write off the course in your taxes.
It's business.
I don't make money, so I don't have to worry about taxes.
Well, you know.
I
still
avoid
have to
taxes
do
by
it.
avoiding it.
It's all under Mage's musings. He already can write it off his taxes. So
No, but I am going to do. I'm working on a 15 part series on first edition AD&D combat. I want to break it down. So my sort of precursor test to that will be I've got an OSE combat video coming out. That's a single because it's OSE and it's easy. But
Yeah.
I'm curious
So
as to how it'll react.
part
What kind of
16 to
reaction?
your series is just you coming out. Don't do it.
Are you kidding? I encourage AD&D. Everybody should dive into it full hog. But
Agreed.
so
Well,
that'll be my writing stuff.
Well, I've been reading the Act stuff, and I'm like, okay, I really enjoy that so far. And we'll see how it goes for the campaign. But
Mhm.
All right, I'm out. Good
Yeah,
night,
party
everybody.
on, man.
Take care, man.
Well,
He's a good guy.
Yeah. And hopefully he writes
he'll-
something worth reading.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
He doesn't do what 99% of people who set out to write something do. Never get to the last page.
I don't think I'm ever going to have that problem.
Yep. I won't let you not finish things, you lazy old man.
oh, you know what? Speaking of never finishing a book, Robert Heinlein.
You know,
Yes,
growing
but
up,
at least
I
he
loved his work.
coherently had them edited and published.
You know, growing up as a kid, I really liked a lot of his work. But thinking back, you know, I don't know why.
Oh, I liked it because a lot of it was philosophy and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
he never, his endings, he just stopped. He got bored and just stopped.
Now, it works. Like in the case of Starship Troopers, it works because if you have any brain in your head, you know the reason why it abruptly stops is because Rico's dead.
Well, they did the same thing enough for Time Enough for Love, and there's a few others in there. My friend said about Job was very. I didn't read Job, but he said very
Yeah,
similar
about Job is pretty good.
You know, but the stuff that I'm really interested in is usually at the beginning. But you do feel cheated as the reader, like, oh, you son of a bitch, you know.
Yeah, I never really had that problem. I liked Friday. Friday was good.
I didn't read that one. I did like
It had a lot of hippie concepts in it.
Moon is a Harsh Mistress was one I remember well. And Glory Road, I think, was another one. That was a weird
Yep.
one.
You know that
Glory
thing,
Road, I remember.
you know that thing that people say about just make a chick marry a chick, her politics will become yours. Heinlein was the opposite way around. His politics was whatever the chick he was with was.
Really?
So you notice like his early career is kind of like conservative libertarian. Then he got a divorce and married some other chick, and then his writing was all hippie, new age love stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's because
Well,
the women he used with were into those politics.
Well, I also noticed that there's a certain thing as you get, you know, for age, because he did a lot of stuff when he was younger. He actually like, what was it? He was a naval officer and a few other things.
Yeah.
You know, he actually did some of that. I mean, what was it? Time Enough for Love? No, not Time Enough for Love. The Moon is not. What's the Stranger in a Strange Land?
Mhm.
Stranger in a Strange Land, which is the one where it really blew up with him.
Yeah. That's like what, you know, other than, you know, in our circle, Starship Troopers is the one. But Stranger in a Strange Land was like incredibly highly recommended all throughout growing up, and I still never read it. It literally, even back then, it just sounded like, you know, very hippie kind of crap.
Well, a lot of times, Heinlein wants to put in philosophy in there.
Yeah.
And so that's the whole point of Heinlein is, you know, when we talk about people injecting their politics into whatever, Heinlein does that all the time. And,
Yeah.
But the difference is he knew how to write. These people who inject don't know how to write, and that's the difference in the.
They replace narrative and story with ideology. Like I was making fun of this on another show, I think mine the other day. I was on the Gilmore Girls subreddit, and I was like, so someone was like, what if they did the show today? They remade it, and I was just like, okay, here's the show as it would be through the lens of that South Park skit, and I just listed off all this stuff, replacing the story of the show with gay, trans, whatever, and then I ended it with read the full thing. I know this subreddit loves to hate, but don't have fun, and I got nothing but hate for it because people didn't read the opening thing of let's run it through that South Park skit. You know.
And I don't remember that episode.
South Park is more a modern one where Cartman is like, make it woke, make it gay, put a woman in it.
No, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's where I thought you were going.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Well, obviously, instead of putting a woman in the Gilmore Girls, I made them all men because and then instead of Rory wanting to become go to Harvard, she's going through transition. She's transitioning.
you know, at some point, they're this is all going to come crashing down on their heads in a spectacular fashion. It can't. It's not sustainable.
I'm merciful. I wish it comes crashing down on their heads, just like it did in the Weimar Republic.
Well, you know, at the end of the day, that's what
It's the exact same thing.
Well, the way we're going, but that's the whole point of a lot of this stuff is, and this is what you're seeing is you see the big pushback in India and China and Russia of the traditional values, and the other part is you've got right. This is the other thing I think that Hollywood and everyone else forgets about. Guess what? I don't have to watch for new crap. There are so many old movies out there I'd rather rewatch or do things for. I'll just do those.
There's just independent creators. There's just too many avenues of creation today.
You hit on something I wanted to bring up when I was looking, and I did send you that video.
I saw that.
There are a crap ton of really, really good short videos. Not movies, but short.
Yeah, like little vignettes or whatever.
Right, but they're all, the ones I've been watching are Western, but there's sci-fi as well as other things out there by completely independent creators who realize they don't need a whole, a multi-million-dollar budget to tell their story, and nobody's stopping them. Obviously nobody's promoting them either. But you know what? I've noticed some pretty
out there and get organic growth, and sometimes
exactly. I'm seeing high numbers on some of these little videos, and I'm like, where have you been all my life?
My last story on Bone Spears and Starships has in a little over a week 350 views.
Really?
Yeah, it's the best one I've done because the rest of them are like shit before that. But
all right, congrats, dude.
Yeah. So I really should put more focus into that. Just pump one of those out every week or so. But
I'll say,
yeah.
But I mean, there's so much just out there. I mean, if even new stuff, there's enough old stuff that I can mine for decades, and I'd rather rewatch. And I think that they forget about this. You're not just competing against what's out there now. You're competing against all the previous 100 years of filmmaking. And there was a lot of good stuff that came out in the 90s and 2000s. We still talk about Firefly. We talked about Babylon 5. Okay, when was Battlestar Galactica? Battlestar Galactica ended in what? 2000? What was it? 2010 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. The new one. I just watched the thing on that this afternoon too.
And what do they want to do is they want to remake it. I'm like, okay, I don't mind you remaking it, but how are you going to improve on it? It's what I'm trying to think of.
Well, I think the remake is actually going to be a remake of the original series, not the new series.
Well,
you should have done it in the first place, but that's
just the new series was a good.
The new series was fine. This new series was good. I don't get hung up with this. Like, okay, I'll take it as an individual, independent thing. Yeah, the last few episodes kind of bugged me for Battlestar Galactica, but the rest of it was solid.
I think about mid-season 2 when it became Battlestar Galactica.
But I looking back, trying to watch some of the old Battlestar Galactica from the 70s, you realize just, God, really how bad that is. Yeah, it's like, okay, fine, but okay.
Especially when they found Earth, then it just completely should have been dead and buried.
Even the first one, yeah, but that was the thing is, they did it in 1980, but a lot of this stuff came down to okay, but when you look at it, it's like, all right, when they say, well, we're going to make it for modern audiences. Well, the problem is that you're not following the story. You know, what is it? The story.
Story is character.
Yep.
Plot is events.
And
They replace the story with ideology without having like an actual one.
yeah,
to
that's my whole.
explore.
Yeah,
And
well,
then the plot is like just hackneyed, right? Like it's the sequence of events are just like poorly strung together. And it's like that the story Shadow was talking about that I had on my thing with the three cavemen or whatever. What was that called? Razor's Edge, I think, or something like that.
No, it's on the tip of my tongue.
No, it's something to do with a razor. Hunters on the Razorback.
Oh, Razorback. Yeah. Razorback Ridge or something.
Yeah. Which, if you pay attention, it's supposed to be like some super advanced technological wall or whatever.
Yeah, I caught it.
Have no idea.
Yeah, it was very, very almost Gamma World.
Yeah.
It was very intriguing. I just
I'll be honest with you. The way I do that is I come up with an idea, and if I can't think of what next, I ask the machine to give me some ideas. And I thought that one was fucking interesting, so I put it in there.
yeah, I will not do that. If I can,
I have no problem with tools, right? But if you don't want to,
no, I
like
want
all
to
the
do
power
it on my
to.
own. I learned through doing, and if I, even if it, because I won't know how it got there.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I want to work it out, even if it takes me a while, because I have no problem setting something down and going and doing something else, even if I start something else.
I do that too, but like sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm stuck. Let's get the crystal ball to give me a second opinion.
For me, that would be like watching other people's works, as opposed to letting the machine or whatever do that. Because
I'll say that it can't. You're still the one choosing to pick and where it goes from there, right? Like, and it can be stupid sometimes. So. But yeah, I'm enjoying the toy. It keeps me from starting something and not finishing out, right? So. Shadow had to go do something. I'm now bored with the conversation.
No, you guys are just talking. I'm trying to get something logged in, and it doesn't want to do it for me, which is frustrating the hell out of me.
Is something supposed to be capitalized?
No, I'm setting stuff up for the Forge, so we can do our game on Saturday. And so he gave me the link because he said, I put a lot of stuff in the PDFs and everything, and made it really easy. Anyway, the guys. Brian's like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this and this and this. I'm like, well, that's cool. What's that?
Yeah.
I was reading Cal's comment.
Got more minis in.
Yeah. So the but yeah, trying to do it, and it keeps telling me, you didn't verify your email. I'm like, I did verify my email, because when I click on it saying verified, it goes over and says, oh, this has already been done.
Raven.
He meant the AI.
Yeah.
Plus, I want the satisfaction of knowing I did it.
Yeah.
Done this before, and
yeah. Well,
even though the story's crap, it wasn't hard. And I do a lot of hard things from day to day, and this was like, oh my gosh, why have I not been doing this since forever?
Well, I will tell you one thing. If you take what you've written and drop it into ChatGPT and say, without changing any of the context, can you format this? It will do a lot of that. You'll probably do it perfectly. Like format it so it's like properly spaced and all that crap.
Oh, yeah. I feel
Yeah.
But at the same time, I need to learn how to do that myself.
Well, it will give you. It will show you what you need to, like, do. Like you can ask. You can say, "Give me step-by-step instructions on how to format this properly." Right. Or like if you feel like your chapter breakdowns aren't coherent or whatever, you can ask it for suggestions and proper techniques, and it will give you a very simple like instruction manual on how to do scene structuring and sense chapter structuring and things like that.
Was Blade Runner really a short story though? I remember the paperback. Would that qualify?
I think it was a novella, or what's the one between novella and short story, novelette?
Okay.
Well, and how long were most short stories? A lot of them are only like 5
there's a
pages.
technical definition for it, and I think it's between 10 and 30 pages.
Hmm.
It might be 10 and 80. I know there's one that's anything over 200 pages is a novel. That's the cutoff line for that, and then the novella, novelette, short story, micro, and nano, or whatever the fast fiction or whatever it's called, breakdown. Like fast fiction is just like 5 sentences or something like that.
Okay.
It's not even a fucking
Not a
paragraph.
haiku.
No, haikus.
Oh, haiku's
Haikus longer than
rhythm.
that.
It was
Yes.
Yeah, it's something stupid like that with fast fiction. Might be like 1 page or something like that, but it's still. But yeah, the average font for a font size for a book printed in 5x8 or 6x9 or whatever it is 10 and a half. So that gives you about 250 words per page. That's why I said that earlier. I knew that number because I looked it up.
You mean double spaced?
Yeah. All the common. No, not even when you say like 2 spaces between a word, double spaced. No.
So, I mean, when I used to write
white
stuff,
space and
so when I used to write, for my on here's, it was about 500 pages typed. It was about 250 written. Is what I used to do, and that's why when you were mentioning, I was like, "Are you sure that it's out there?" But still,
yeah, it's 250 words per page at the novel size of a book.
okay, 5 by 8. I'm thinking 9x11 or
Yeah,
8
no.
by 11.
Yeah, because I looked into formatting,
Mhm.
so I could try and paste things in my writing, just because I was wasting time, one day. So, game on Sunday, Shadow.
Yep. Looking
Yours-
forward to it.
My show tomorrow morning or
Yep.
tomorrow afternoon for me.
Mhm.
Then yours on
Saturday. We're going to continue medical technology and sci-fi.
Yeah.
How far we get with that, and
I don't even remember what we covered last week.
Healing and prevention.
Mm-hmm. Oma now is eating food, and he will do that throughout the week. He'll probably be on the show on Saturday.
No, because I have a game I'm going to run.
Oh yeah. You're running a game.
That's the whole point of it. Is every other week is the plan. We're just
Okay.
We got 4 people so far that are committed, possibly 2 more. we'll see. You know, one lady said that she was going to join, which I've never had anything. She just appeared out of the blue. I was like, okay, so we'll see what we've got. Yeah, what?
You should do recap videos like May just does. Well, not with the puppets and all that, but you know.
Yeah, that would feel like I'm stealing his thunder.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Those
I was playing Cypher with one guy, and he was an actual voice actor that had done several commercials. And so every time we'd play the game, he would do, and now, on last week's episode, we would do that. And I was like, wow, that's actually pretty cool, And he'd write up a little blurb that was probably about a paragraph of what had happened the previous session. So it felt like, in the old the old soap operas or stuff like that.
Mhm.
And last week's episode,
movie serials.
yeah, I was.
Batman.
I was going back to The Shadow, and
Yeah, I grew up watching Batman, man, so
it was the same here. But I was thinking of the radio dramas.
Yeah, no, I never dealt with the radio dramas.
No, those are the best.
I watched. I listened to what was it? Friday and Joe Friday and Dragnet.
Oh yeah.
Dragnet used to play on one of the channels on the weekends. There's like a retro throwback, and
For me, it was Sunday. It was Sunday night when right after Dr. Demento, I should be getting ready for school, going to bed, and nope. The Shadow, and there was another one I used to listen to a lot, and I can't remember what it was.
You think you want to know what fucking like I always had problems sleeping, but what made it really bad for me is I got used to listening to Art Bell. Yeah, when I was in grade school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Good show.
yeah. Crazy as fuck, and I don't remember a single thing that ever happened in an episode. I know Alex Jones was there once, and he was dumb back then too.
It was still a fun show. It was amazing how many weird stories are out there. Not saying that any of them are real or not, but there was some weird stories out there.
Yeah, I've got to buy a crystal ball.
I know, right, George? I looked forward to that. I was such a radio guy back in the day. I literally probably listened to more radio than TV most of my life until radio went down the toilet, and now I don't listen to it at all. And I really should, but I've got YouTube, and I'm always
Why would you listen to radio? The problem I have with it is
it killed the video star.
I just everyone's like, well, I did this, and I don't miss if things went away.
Well, I was a musician for a while, and that was just constant inspiration, and I was in that scene, so that's just the way it was. We listened to the radio. There was none of that except what was that Midnight Station or the different Don Kirshner's, other than things like that. On Saturday night, there was no musical TV until MTV came out, and then, oh my God, it was on like Donkey Kong when that happened.
Well, I mean, looking at certain things is every so often, about once a year or so, I look at whatever was popular within the last year, and I start trying to listen to the songs I like out of like the top 100. And I pick a few out of there and then get rid of the rest, and that's what I do. Right now I'm listening to Dwarven heavy metal, so
Dwarven, Diggy Hole.
Well, they have another one which I like also, which is called he's laughing, but it's true. Is go look at Fellows of the Hammer.
I think I've heard that.
And so basically they do a lot of Dwarven songs for it. Like Drunken Dwarves, Mine, Fellows of the Hammer. They do King Under the Mountain, and they do a whole bunch of these. And sometimes you like them, and sometimes you can't. It's like, well, there we go.
Here, this one's for you, Justin.
Yeah. Okay, just so I can. My mouse is. Okay. What should I rip off? I don't really care. If I get a crystal ball, it'll be as a prop, not for a seance or whatever.
Scrying.
Scrying. I gotta get a new mouse.
No, actually, they're. You know what's funny is there are a bunch of Italians that dress up as dwarves, basically, and then they sing heavy metal, and I'm like, this is pretty awesome. And so it's like Sabaton, but with dwarves.
Yeah. Raven, when it comes to a crystal ball, I want you to tell me where I can get one for under $20.
Well, it's not crystal. It's going to be at that point, polyurethane.
That price, yeah.
It's-
You won't even get glass.
well, that's why I said polyurethane. It's just going to be like plexiglass with a, you could probably blow smoke inside of it. It will be hollow.
Yeah, this is the conundrum we have here. Maybe I could get one in an estate sale. I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind.
Pretty good, but
I wouldn't mind getting like a thing that kind of looks like the Lochnar. A nice green orb. Yeah. I'm definitely not spending $400 on a goddamn ball of glass. Ground or otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
do you know how many RPGs that is?
Well, it depends. If it's a Kickstarter, it's one.
No, that's only if you go for all the other crap in there. That's if you buy like every variation of the cover and all the other crap. I think I just I just backed Blade Runner for $160, and that includes all of their supplements and everything else.
The question is, how many pizzas is that?
Depends on two.
For me, yeah, probably.
It's a big pizza.
I was just thinking I
use
have
that
a
pizza as a
taste.
flotation device.
It's a single sitting pizza.
Well, yeah, if you put it over your head and you can't escape until you eat it.
Well, I remember. Oh,
That's heaven, man. That and a couple of hot chicks. Exactly
was-
how I want to go out.
When I was in Chicago, I remember getting the
Only to end
extra
up in heaven.
large.
That's what your heaven is.
I died by recreating heaven on earth.
All right, guys,
Yeah,
I gotta hit the road. Little
Let
guys.
Omen now get his point out.
Oh, I was just talking about the stuffed pizzas that they have, in Chicago. I bought a large. The thing was like 7 or 8 pounds. Good grief. So,
Did you
Yeah.
eat it all?
it took me like 3 days, but yes.
It's
Now you
a
guys
one
make me
sitting
hungry.
thing, man. You gotta learn how to eat food, Omen now.
I try not blowing up. I like the fact that it's
Do I look like the kind of person who gives credence to getting fat?
well, it sounds like you like giving credence to someone that wants to be fat. But that's,
Okay. Have a good night, everybody. Party
Take care,
on.
everybody. Thanks
Good
for
night.
sticking around and playing along. I will see you guys Saturday night if I don't see you sooner, which will be over on Justin's show tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. PST. Take care, everybody. Thanks, Cal and George and everybody else who showed up tonight. This was a good show. I actually got all of one miniature assembled. Woo! Hey,
There was a lot of other creative stuff done. Like
Oh no! I had a really good time tonight, guys.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the next one. I will see you guys later.
Yeah.
Take care, everybody.
Party on, party on.
night.